A world nearly destroyed by a cataclysm, saved by the actions of heroes long gone. A world that has survived, recovered, and even thrived. This is the world of Tyr. Here, the descendants of those heroes and the other survivors of the cataclysm have built great nations, the 8 pillars that support the world. Nearly 1,500 years after the cataclysm, the world is one of relative calm. However, beneath this veneer of peace, great forces move. With every shift and shudder, they threaten to disrupt the delicate balance that keeps the pillars standing. Now, across the world, knowingly or not, people must become heroes, or the pillars will fall and Tyr will be no more. Join us as we follow some of those heroes and see their struggles to keep their world from destruction. Hello, everyone, and hope you're doing well. Welcome to Helpful Goat Presents Tyr, the Revival. I am Galway Trainer, one of the founders of Helpful Goat Gaming. You okay, Rachel?
I just saw mine that I generated. It's fine.
Okay,
it just happened
okay.
at the exact same time. It's fine.
Okay. We're good then. One of the co-founders of Helpful Goat Gaming, a small independent game design and game content creation community. We've been playing around with random character generators in the lead up to this, and yeah, honestly, it's gonna be a trip tonight, guys. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be totally fun. I am the DM for this evening's adventure in my world of Tyr, but
of course, that means I am not the star of this. Those are the other lovely people that you can see on the cameras here. And I'm going to go through and quickly do an introduction. If you could give your name, your pronouns, and your character's name and pronouns, along with probably race and class, that would be great. We can start with you, Andy, because you're on top.
All right. I'm Andrew Gilbert. I go by he, him, his. I am playing Eldo Morrow. And Eldo is a wood elf cleric who also goes by he, him, his.
Rachel.
I'm Rachel, and I am going by she, her, hers. Wow, I couldn't.
You couldn't.
I'm fine.
English.
It's fine. I am also playing Goblin something or other, Ranger Swarmkeeper, who also goes by she, her, hers, and her name is Marigold or Goldie. And there we go. I've said my things, and it's totally fine.
Elise, save us.
Bold of you to think that's happening.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's her
For me
fault I
tonight.
like this right now.
Just so you know, I've with some others started a cult where gender is like the main organizing concept, and we have a stone wall on which you can carve your gender at any given time. So, hi, my name is Elise. My pronouns are she, her, hers. My gender today is probably ham. And that's one of the first genders that got carved on the wall, and I was just like, it feels right now. It really does. I am playing a Firbolg druid named Clover Minsry, who also uses she, her, hers. Yeah, you know what, Lena, please join our cult, and every day or whenever you want, at any point, just carve another gender on the wall. They're all officially recognized, whether or not it gets like permanently. It doesn't have to be your permanent gender. It's just the one you're feeling at the moment. So just carve it in there. That's all I got.
Heather, save us.
Okay. I don't know if we can, but I'm Heather. I am playing also a wood elf. Oh crap! I'm not a cleric. I'm a rogue.
Oh, it wasn't just me, thank God. Okay.
I'm a soul knife rogue. So, and going by she, her, hers, I also go by she, her, hers. My character's name is Amvid.
Excellent. All right. Well, clearly we are at the peak of our preparedness for everything here, but we're having a very good time already. Hopefully you will be too.
Beer.
Oh, God in heaven, help us. Before we get started, a few quick things. As I mentioned, we are a small independent game design and game content community. Our main hub is on our Discord, which you can get an invite to by typing !Discord in the chat and following that link. We do lots of internal programming there. So like we'll do community game days. We will do internal game streams. I've actually been rerunning through Bloodborne for people. And it's been a lot of fun. So you can come join us, come hang out with us, talk about games, talk about the world, etc. It has been a huge part of how I have been getting through this year. So, and other people have said the same, so I don't feel bad about saying that other people have been doing that. So please, if you're interested, come on, join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. If you use !Donate in chat, November is, among other things, Diabetes Awareness Month and also Family Caregiver Month. And the donate command in chat has a couple of resources that you can go to read more about diabetes as an illness, and also about family caregivers and sort of support networks for those, as well as options to donate and support for both of those causes. If you could take a minute and check those out, we'd appreciate it. The !Coffee or Ko-Fi, or I don't know, KO-FI command will give you a link to our coffee. If you enjoy the stuff that we are doing here and would like to help us do more of it, you can follow a link there and buy us a cup of coffee. That's the pun, except they called it KO-FI, and I'm sorry, I read that as Ko-Fi. And rant. It's fine. I've been doing this for a while every time we started this. We are also affiliate here on Twitch, and we didn't buy it. That's a whole thing. But we are affiliate here on Twitch, which means that you can share bits. You can also subscribe to us if you have Amazon Prime. That means you have a free sub with Twitch Prime. Costs you nothing, helps us out, and lets you get lots of notifications when we're going live and doing fun stuff. So please, if you have any interest in any of those means and you have the means to do so, go ahead. And I strongly encourage you to join the Discord if you find this fun, because that doesn't cost anything and we have a lot of fun there. For the game tonight, we are using a safety tool called the Consent Flower, which is designed by Taylor Stokes. You can see in the image on the screen, there's 3 cards sitting underneath: green good, yellow caution, red stop. At any time, the players can, we're playing using Roll20 for the tabletop, can sort of ping, press and hold to show me that they are selecting that. Good is a way of reinterpreting or of reinforcing that, like, you're enjoying the scene, and lean maybe harder into it. Just keep going with this. This is a lot of fun. Yellow is an indication that, hey, we might be touching on some things. Let's either lighten up. Let's not get more graphic with description. Maybe we just move it along. And red indicates a need to stop. Something is either damaging or in imminent threat of being damaging. As a note for everyone, if anyone uses the red stop card at any point, we will pause the stream. We'll go to our be right back screen, we'll mute, we'll all talk for a minute, make sure what's going on, what we need to do to take care of each other, and then potentially come back, or maybe I'll come back and just say that we're wrapping up for tonight, whatever, because one of the things that we really strongly believe here with Helpful Goat Gaming is that the safety and security of everybody at the table is the thing that comes first. We play these games because they're a lot of fun for us. They let us explore parts of ourselves, explore parts of the world. They let us act out various things here, but this should never become harmful. It should never become threatening. It should never become dangerous to me or to any of the players. So we encourage the use of these kinds of safety systems. There's a lot of great resources. We've done a couple of Goat's Eye View sort of talk shows on consent and communication in gaming, which has a lot of great resources if you're interested in using these, either online or in actual in-person tabletop sessions. If you're lucky enough to either have a large enough family or a group of friends who are willing to take the precautions necessary right now, that is a cat's butt.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, I am absolutely 100% used to just seamlessly flowing into identifying that there is a cat on screen.
I wasn't watching the video, so when you said that, I was just listening, and it was very jarring for me. I was like, what? Like, fine. Sorry, it's fine.
It's good. We're good. We are still in process of figuring out what our program is going to look like next week, so you can check out our Twitter at Helpful Goat, or if you're in the Discord, we'll have a programming announcement coming up as we figure it out, because it's Thanksgiving week, which doesn't seem possible, but that's because all of time has flowed together into one interminable Tuesday. That is a Spire reference, which is coming back soon. For Season Arc Chunk 2. Which is the Tuesday of Season Arc Chunks. So I imagine that you will still be playing it long after I am cold and dead in my grave.
Oh, God.
So does anyone have any further announcements before we get started tonight?
Don't think so.
Awesome. So, with that, I totally forgot to get the right media file for that. It's cool. Please hold.
I was told to get closer to the camera. Okay.
By whom?
What?
By Debbie.
Good caller.
Debbie woke up at 2 a.m. to watch the stream, and she told me to get closer
Fair
to
enough.
the camera so she could see my hair, so I'm doing it.
I'm not going to argue.
All right, that got intense, and while that's going on, I'm just gonna...
Me intense?
Yeah, you intense. Today, in the world of Tyr, is the great festival of Iteriana in the town of Sha'has. Nestled in the south of Greenwoods, Sha'has has been a peaceful place for many years, unbothered by the blight, which has been pushed at least 2 days' ride to the south by the efforts of the Voice of the Land and the Blight Wardens. It is supplied by the river Dilithir, connecting it to the hub of commerce in the north, and it is a place of peace and prosperity. It is also the center of worship of Iteriana, a goddess of healing, owing to the presence of the temple which contains the tomb of her mortal remains, located several hours north of town. This year, 1629 AC, represents the 999th anniversary of the death of Iteriana and is being used as a practice for the massive gala which will come next year at this time. The entire town has come out to celebrate, as they often do, with vendors, games, plays, and a great feast planned for the evening. It's cool. I remember how to DM. It's cool. Yep. I remember Roll20. It's fine. So this is the town of Sha'has. I'm going to zoom in to the square.
Have you put it so the players can see it?
Can't see it.
I said I remember how to DM. It's fine.
Sha'has.
So you are surrounded by the sounds of the festival, of people celebrating. There's a great crowd already, mostly of the town. This has never been a huge tourist draw from other parts of Greenwoods, though it's expected to be next year. So they're kind of playing with some new ideas. And in sort of preparation for this, the festival is trying a new arrangement. The square and the town itself has been divided into the great stories of Iteriana's life, with plays celebrating those deeds continuously running. Okay, it's very loud for me. Festival goers are encouraged to begin in the north, where young Iteriana famously cared for a white dragon hatchling, apparently abandoned by its parents. Then they follow her steps to the east, where she used her miraculous powers to cure a halfling town of a pestilence. And then west, where they recreate her pushing back of the blight at the behest of the crown and the voice of the land, increasing the settleable areas for all the people of Greenwoods. And then finally they come to the south, where the flames of her funeral pyre were said to light the horizon red for 3 days. Of course, this is a festival, and most festival goers are paying absolutely no attention to the suggested order, running absolutely wild through the square and the town.
Music is a bit loud, the chat says. I just wanted to say before we went on too much further, sorry.
I appreciate that. It is very hard for me to tell, because anytime they describe the music as being loud, it is barely audible on my computer, which I don't know how it's so loud when the stream is using my desktop audio. I cannot hear the music at this point, but I'm assuming. But I am glad that this is better. But yeah, so you're sort of around town / coming into the square where most of the vendors and amusements are located. And maybe give us a brief description of sort of each of you and maybe where you'd be starting if you're together, if you're with someone else from town.
Did you want to start, Heather?
Sure. I think I would just kind of be wandering around looking at the various vendors, probably with my younger brother, who's about a year younger than me. And, I do a lot of stuff with him. We're pretty close, so it's a fun day for us. We're just enjoying seeing what all is available.
Nice.
I feel like I would just be wherever Clover is. I think I've decided that I'm attaching myself to Clover. And so where would you be too? Or do we want to come up with it together? I don't know.
I think Clover is a little this is not entirely unusual, but it is a bigger crowd than maybe Clover is super used to as well. So I think maybe kind of at the edges right now, but trying to scope out where to go, right? That game looks really fun and I really want to go over there and kind of wait for a break in the crowd. And so I think Clover and Goldie are planning that, they're at the edges kind of being okay, as soon as that family's done, we're making a break for it and we're going to play that game.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
In that case, you probably see Brother Eldo Morrow next to one of the vendors with sort of a makeshift little stand in a large pot of soup with a ladle and a hastily made sign out front that says "Free soup to those in need." But I did not bring any bowls or cups, and so no one has taken any of my soup. So I'm just kind of stirring it and waiting. If you lock eyes with me at all, I'll kind of wave you over and start to ladle a large spoonful of soup at you.
At us?
But that's just like, yeah, yes, I know what I said.
Soup.
Catch. So very good. Yes, maybe we'll start with Clover and Goldie. I was about to say Clover and Minsry. I'm like, wait, nope, those are the two names of the same character. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, everybody. I am on top of my game tonight. So you're kind of watching, and you're both sort of intently looking for the games and trying to find one where the crowds are going to die down. And about the same time, sort of on the east and west sides of the square, you can see that like there's one person or like group at each of them, and they're wrapping up. So those you could either go over to Smack a Hydra or Ring Toss.
Smack a Hydra for sure.
Okay.
Oh, I thought ring toss. I'm not good at smacking.
Okay, you can do the ring toss, and I'll do the Smack a Hydra.
Well, I mean, like, why don't I just watch you do it first? If I just watch you, then maybe I could do mine after.
Okay.
Just do mine after.
All right. So where's the Smack a Hydra? Sorry, which one?
It's actually right over here by where
Okay.
it is. So
there.
you'll see a dwarf sort of standing around, like, yes, step right up. Just 2 copper a play.
Yeah, I'll fish out 2 copper and hand them over.
So he'll hand you sort of like a, he's like, yes, and here's your mighty weapon. It's basically a stick with like a lot of like cotton wrapped around like the top of it.
No, I don't. Okay.
I was like, okay, that's a play. And he's just going to sort of show you that there's this, it seems like it's mostly mechanical, but maybe lightly enchanted table with holes in it. And it seems like every so often a Hydra's head will pop up and you swing at it. And if you hit it hard enough, you get a point. But because it's a Hydra, every time you do, more of them appear. And you need to get enough points over the course of 3 rounds. And you're pretty sure that if you tried to hurry, you can attack 2 heads at once, but you'll have disadvantage on the attack rolls then.
Maybe I should cast Shillelagh so I can have my dex modifier for my attack rolls. Or does this count as a finesse weapon?
Can you cast
I will
Shillelagh
say
on
it
the
is light
mallet
enough that it counts as a finesse weapon anyway.
It's a dex weapon. Okay.
So you've handed him the thing,
start...
and he'll just be like, and...
Wait. Can my friend play with me? Can we play 2-player?
Sure, that's probably fine. 2 copper for her as well, and
I'll gesture Goldie over and pay her 2 copper.
the dwarf will sort of see Goldie running over and like very carefully like push a stool around, so sort of the front,
Nice.
so that she could see over the top more easily. And he's like,
Just climb up onto it.
Same thing, you just-
Rachel, come stand with me in front of the.
I don't know which one is mine.
The one that hasn't moved.
You can see probably.
Well, everything is big and it was small and I couldn't see it.
little goblin hands.
I got little goblin hands.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Okay. So yeah, you each have a finesse weapon that's you can say you're proficient with, and so a couple of Hydra heads will pop up. So give me attack rolls.
Can I just use another finesse weapon? Like, that's
Yeah. Anything
okay.
you can
So
have
my
any finesse
quarterstaff
weapon you're
counts.
proficient
It's not
with.
technically finesse, but I have it for like when I have Shillelagh cast.
So Clover, you're gonna like slap down, and you just sort of miss off to the side of it. But Goldie will proceed to just like, give me a D4 roll.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why.
That'll do enough to sort of see it go poof, and they sort of sink back down. And now 3 pop up.
I hit one. Did you see I hit one?
That's awesome. Keep
Hit it
going.
real good.
Okay, I'm gonna try just to hit 1. If you want to try and hit 2.
I can hit 2 at the same
You can
time.
swing it 2, but you'll have disadvantage on the attack rolls.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Clover, you hit Hydra. Roll a d4 for me. Jesus, Goldie.
Oh my God, you're rocking it, Goldie.
And then attack again
What are
for
these
the other one.
rolls
You sort of
for
go
me?
whack, and then make another attack for the second head that you're swinging at. A 12. You hit both. Roll 2d4.
Yeah. That's right. I'm killing these hydras.
1 and 3. Very good. All right. So now, with you having smacked 2 of them, and Clover also having smacked 1, 6 hydras are going to sort of like surge out of the table. So basically, all of the slots on the table are now hydra heads, and you can go ahead and make your attacks, 1 or more.
What do you mean by more? Is 2
so like
the
disadvantage
Sorry, 1 or 2.
on. Yeah. I'll go for 2 this time, rolling
Yeah,
at
same.
disadvantage.
Oof.
I got a 12 and a 10.
Clover is not doing so hot.
Goldie, you hit once with the 12. Roll a d4. Very good. That Hydra head pops. Sort of the other swings, like you hit them, but none of you like hit them quite hard enough, or you missed just off to the side because you were swinging very quickly. And like the Hydra drops back down, and the dwarf goes 5 for 2 of you. Yeah, that's enough for 1 prize, I think.
What are prizes? What are
Prize!
prizes?
Prize!
You also can help each other on this. He's like, so here's the prizes, and he's going to sort of indicate them. You can either give me a perception check to try to pick out sort of the best prize, or you could do a persuasion check to try to convince him to like point out which are the best prizes.
For some reason,
It's not really my.
I'm proficient, but that's still not a great bonus. Also, I apparently never put my other proficiencies in, so I'm gonna do that real fast because I
I've
only
got
have
perception
2.
of 4. That's
You're
my
level
highest.
3. That's not bad.
Oh no, I was just saying, like.
Yeah. And I
if
will
we
say,
wanted
I will
to
freely
do
say,
that.
you could help each other on this, so one of you can be rolling with advantage, and it would count.
Do you want me to do perception, Elise?
Sure. Well, let's
Or
see. I'm
did-
gonna
or-
take. I'm gonna take perception because I always do, and that gives me a 5, a plus 5.
Oh yeah, then you could do it at advantage.
so I
then.
can do it.
I can't see very well. I'm still on the stool, but I'm trying to look over to.
Okay. So with advantage, perception. That's what we're doing.
Mhm.
Oh man,
Jesus Christ!
Clover is overwhelmed by the guests. By how
11.
many people are around her?
Roll me a D100, Clover.
$65.
Scrolling down. Incidentally, I'm using a list of minor magical items from Goblin Punch, just for fun. You see this very attractive, like, quill with like sort of a small sealed ink set, like sort of taped around it, and just looks really pretty, and like really a nice quill. And you're like, yeah, the rest of these are kind of like trinkets and whatever. And if you grab that one, that's an indelible quill. It can write on anything, and the writing is permanent. It works
Oh no.
Draw a mustache on somebody.
3 times. Has enough ink in the vial for 3 uses.
I'm sorry, my brain cut out. Indelible quill does something. A whole
It can
bunch of
write-
static,
it
and then
can-
you can write 3 times.
It can write on anything. and that writing is permanent.
Fuck.
And then tattoo people?
You know, we get 2 prizes. I mean, we can't really share a quill.
Little rat hands. Sorry. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Yeah, I'm real good at those. I'm not.
17.
Hey.
He's like, should be 3 per person. But, yeah, fine. You can pick something else.
Yes.
And I will say that you can take your choice of either a persuasion roll or a perception check to try to figure out a quality of prize.
I'll do a perception check again.
Okay. Give me a D100 roll with that 9.
The fuck? Why are we so bad at looking at things? Wow.
For
Wow.
the same pen.
You
Give me the same pen.
Oh my god, this is okay. So this is one of those moments where Andy talks about, like, you know, the randomness of the dice sometimes just link up really well with this person. You see this dress, and it's like, basically it's like doll clothes, but it looks like it would fit you because it's for like a large, nice doll. And the pictures on, like, there's little drawings on top of it of, like, you know, like a blue polka dot dress, and then like a pink dress, and then like a yellow one with this big sash. And the label says Omni dress. It can turn into any kind of dress. It can even imitate like leather armor, but not metal armor.
Oh.
That's awesome.
What does it look like?
Omni
Like, what's the
dress.
color of it right now?
Right now, it is sort of a silver gray with sort of gold trim.
Clover, do you have like a blanket you could wrap around me right now? I could change right here. Like, cover me?
I like
Is that weird? Am I being weird? I'm sorry if I'm being weird. I just got real excited. I thought it was real cute.
But maybe we should at least like duck around a corner.
Sure. Yeah, I should probably not be so risque. I know it's a lot.
I will also say that the prize table has like a tablecloth on it, so you could just walk in underneath that like a changing booth.
Would I get my hands dirty if I had to like crawl under to do it?
You wouldn't have to crawl under. Like, it's a relatively tall table. Like, it's a tall table within a stand. Like, you could pretty much walk under.
Okay, I'll do that then if I feel like I can actually be covered.
As this is going on, Amavid, your brother's like, "Oh, that game looks like fun, and also those people seem weird."
I know who they are. We've talked to them before, and they are weird. But yeah, we can go play it. Oh, and I didn't do an accent.
You're fine.
No, do your accent. It was so
We
good.
can go play it.
Yeah.
Let's go play. I can't do it.
Yeah. So he's gonna run over, and yeah, you see Clover now standing with the sound of rustling coming from underneath this like prize table.
What's Goldie doing under there?
It's fine. Don't look behind the curtain. I'm just doing some quick
She's
dress
so-
work.
You gotta look at this cool. Wait, look, if I draw on you, I think it's gonna be permanent. Do you want a tattoo?
Or how good are you at drawing?
My performance is +0.
Do you have artisan's tools for like?
I have wood carving tools, which I am proficient in.
Let me carve your skin with this quill.
Yeah. I'd let you do a tattoo on me.
Nice. Okay. One use of the indelible ink coming up.
On my
We are
forearm.
good with items.
All right. What do you want?
Ooh, you pick.
Okay. I'm gonna do a little black cat.
Perfect.
Okay.
You could go ahead and give me a dexterity check.
Not good.
And you're not. Are you?
Oh,
Can I just say that from under the table, I'm just yelling ideas at her constantly so that
Oh my
she's just like, I'm like, do a flower, give it a pretty face,
Oh no.
make sure that its paws are really big.
I haven't rolled a critical failure
that's a crit
in
failure.
months, and this is it.
Don't forget
Oh,
the whiskers.
Clover.
The whiskers have to be the same color.
Wait. Whiskers. It's a whiskers. It's a flower. It's a nice flower.
Draw a flower with whiskers? That's real weird, Chloe.
So yeah, it's kind of a chimeric representation of everything that Goldie shouted, just sort of
God.
mashed together.
It's like those those like ancient drawings of like lions by people who've never seen lions. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
you sort
actually
of
very interesting.
your brother's going to kind of look over.
Do you want one too?
That's not the prize, right? If I do well at this, that doesn't happen to me, right?
No. I chose to do this. I let her do this. It'll wash off.
To do this.
It'll wash
She's
off.
going to look at you and sort of
Yeah.
blink. Uh-huh.
It'll definitely wash off.
That's not the literal description of the item or anything.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened.
You have a wish spell handy you could get.
Yeah.
So he is going to take a crack at the game, and I'm just rolling a big chunk of dice for him. Oh, wow. Okay. He got sufficient successes across his 3 rounds. Narrator, and then it didn't. Yep, that is correct. And he's gonna sort of like tug at your sleeve. I'm like, sorry, I'm a Veed. I just am like not hitting the syllables in this name at all. He's like, help me pick.
Like sous vide.
And same thing, you could either make sort of a perception check to look for what you think would be the best prize, or a persuasion roll to try to convince the dwarf to go to you.
Not investigation?
Oh yeah, I'd allow an investigation.
Give me it. I want to see.
I will do investigation.
21.
Ah.
Very good.
I'm going to investigate this tattoo very carefully.
Just a second, I didn't actually have to use this yet.
Soup? Anyone? No?
Do
It's
we
good.
know Eldo from other trips to town, or?
Yeah, I would say that you probably know Brother Eldo. He is a lot.
No bad. No bad soup.
He's a member of the Voice of the Land. He's not really a central or a particularly powerful member of it, but like he does a lot of community outreach. He does a lot of things like soup kitchens, etc. And maybe he was excited and decided to sort of solo this one and missed some of the important overhead components like bowls, etc.
So I am a wood carver by trade. That's my background. So if I know Eldo and I know that he's like, he does this kind of thing, could I say that I've brought a few bowls that I like carved on the way in, thinking like, I bet you Eldo forgot the bowls for the soup again. Like, is that something I could have done ahead of time?
I'm totally okay with this. Like I said, we're going to run this with a little bit more of you're inhabiting this world. You see,
I'm
a Veed. Sorry, your character token name and your like roll 20 name are not the same, and I realize that that's part of why I'm like,
oh, I will fix that.
You see a small tin, and there's just something about it that suggests to you that that's one of the best things here.
Ooh.
A small tin.
Yeah.
I will take the tin.
Damn, it's one of the ones that has a proper name in it. It's a tin of Kyogdom's ointment, which is a powerful healing ointment.
Like for tattoos. Hastily carved tattoos.
Like I just drew with a pen. It'll wash off.
Yeah.
So
Wash off.
it has 4 doses of a sort of aloe smelling ointment. And as an action, you can either apply 1 dose of that ointment or swallow 1 dose of that ointment. And either way, regain 2d8 plus 2 hit points, ceases to be poisoned, and is cured of any diseases.
So 2d8 plus 2 ceases poison.
Cures disease.
Cure. Okay.
And yes, now the rest of you all. Okay. Also, Goldie, you can now at this point come out from under the table, and you can have made this dress, as long as it's a dress, basically look like whatever you want.
Okay. It is gonna be just like the poofiest, frilliest, like lace and like like that big, like that whatever cut. I don't know a lot about dresses. The things that poof your skirts out a lot.
Petticoats.
Yeah,
Yes.
like a petticoat type thing, like a big poof for that. And it's gonna be just a splash of like neons and pastels, and it is just all flowers of all different kinds. Just like it is loud, and it is a lot, and it is poofy, and there are ruffles, and there is lace.
I'm going to say that as you come out, like your pixies are sort of holding up almost the equivalent of like the train of this, and like some of like the draped lace just like fluttering out with you.
It's tulle. Yeah,
Ooh.
tulle. That's the yeah. So I've
Yes.
got like the pixies helping hold things, and they're braiding my hair as I
Clover applauds for this.
I do a little curtsy.
I'm just kind of standing there dumbfounded.
What do you think?
It's so beautiful.
Right? I tried to make it a little bit understated because I know I can be a little bit loud sometimes. So I think that I did a pretty good job.
You know, understated was the word that came to mind, just like washable with this ink. I pull the bowls that I carved. I think Goldie would have been there for the carving of the bowls. And I say, like, I think Brother Eldo did forget the bowls, and I hand her one, and I hand one to Veed, and just say, like, if you want to join us, we're gonna go talk to Brother Eldo, and here's some bowls.
Sure.
One for you, one for you. And I have a few more to like leave with him as well.
So as you're starting to walk over, Brother Eldo, a small child has just like walked up to you and is like, "Can I have some soup?"
Oh dear, of course you can. Here, let me get that. And I take the ladle of soup out and I hold out your hands.
Oh, here, actually, and I put a bowl in the hands, like the kid is like reaching, and I'm just like, blop.
Thank you.
Oh, Clover. Thank you so much, Clover. It's brilliant. Then I just kind of pour it in the bowl.
Like, oh,
Off you go.
thank you. They'll sort of
No sweat.
trot off. You hear vague, like as he's moving off to the north, Goldie and Amvid, you're going to hear, "Mom, that strange man almost burned me with soup." It's fine, dear. He means well.
I'm not trying to burn anyone. That's fine.
I brought you a few. I only have like 4 more, and I pull them out and take one off. So now there's only 3 in the stack.
Clover, you are a lifesaver. Lifesaver.
Can I try the soup too?
Oh, yeah, the soup, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's old halfling recipe made from some friends of mine. Go try that. It's not so
Wait,
bad.
did you say from friends of yours?
Yeah.
Made from them?
Made of them?
No. I'm not making soup out of halflings. It's a recipe.
You
Full
use
of-
gnomes for that.
It's good.
Okay.
Try it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
potatoes in it. And
And
some sort of meat. Yeah.
Some
not bad.
type of meat.
I'm sorry.
What sort of
Some
meat?
sort of meat.
What?
It was just what the monastery had on hand. I wasn't too picky now. Was I gonna
Brother
be?
Eldo, what kind of like cleanliness standards did you have when you made this soup? Did you make sure that you washed your hands for at least 20 seconds? And did you make sure that all of the ladle was clean before you put it into the soup? You haven't been like drinking from the ladle, right?
I have not been drinking from the ladle. No,
Insight check.
that's a vicious rumor that you heard. That you heard. Oh shit!
Oh my god.
Crit 20 insight check. Did you drink from the soup tureen, you
20.
monster?
I had, yes. I forgot spoons and bowls, and I needed to taste it. So yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna set the bowl down onto the table and be like, "This bowl can be for another needy person that comes by. It's fine. I hope somebody else can enjoy your soup."
Goldie, that's so nice of you. So nice.
I'll try a little bit of the soup. I'll do a little sip.
Yeah, Clover. There you go. Try some of that.
Yeah, thanks.
Give me a
Constitution saving throw.
no. Eldo, give me a
believe I wasted a
performance
crit on that.
check with either wisdom or intelligence. Do you have proficiency in performance?
Nope.
No, Eldo.
Oh, Aldo's doing the performance.
Is this a cooking thing?
Yes.
Yeah, cooking. Okay, yeah, I can do a charisma with my cooking utensils.
I saw the fumble and I was just like,
There we go.
shit. No, 15. That's good soup.
No.
It's sort of a hearty stew, more than a soup per se, but it's nice.
Okay, so like, yeah, the first sip is definitely very tentative, and then I'm like, and give it a little bit more of a go, and like actually like let a potato or a chunk of mystery meat kind of, because I don't have a spoon, so I'm just kind of like.
Goldie is literally just shuddering next to you and
It's
trying
good,
not
Goldie.
to watch.
You sleep outside.
Very cleanly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Enjoy your
fine.
soup. It's fine. And I'm just like, the pixies are just gonna be like wiping sweat off my brow continuously, swarming around me, making sure that.
Haven't you ever shared a jug of wine with someone?
If I had a cup, and so did they.
Huh. I see.
You don't just drink straight from a jug. That's how you get diseases.
My. Well, we don't want any diseases, now do we? So.
We don't. It's true.
Do your pixies want any soup?
No, they don't really.
Any soup for your pixies? No?
No. I don't even know if they could eat.
Fair enough.
Don't make me look up the rule
You
book for
asked him?
that. Because I'm 99% sure that there's not a thing in here of, in case someone offers the swarm soup.
Yeah, let me open up. Okay, so swarm and soup. I don't see soup in the appendix. Is it?
That's ironic because the cooking feat is actually in Tasha's. There is now a feat for master cook. I love it. It's one of my favorite
Nice.
feats.
Nice.
That's the feed I'm taking.
The pixies they're fine. They're fine. Thanks.
Fine. Okay. Hey, no problem.
Brother Elder, have you gotten to do any of the games?
Some of the games are just a little.
Work with you.
Yeah, some of the games are just a little violent for me. I don't partake so much of that.
Toss. There's a ring toss.
There's the ring toss.
Kind
and
of
there's
close
also,
to strangling little bottles.
there's also the riddle machine.
Oh, I didn't see that one. That might be fun.
Okay, I'll stand by the soup bowl, and you do the riddle machine.
That's just, okay. Be right. Just a sec then.
It's kind of
I'll
on
go
like,
over to that.
it's kind of on the
riddle.
other side of the square, which is part of why you hadn't seen it. You came in from the north, and we're setting up.
Oh,
And yeah, there's a small booth, and there's a dragonborn sort of woman leaning up against it, like, yes, you can come right in, sit down, and if you can answer the mysterious riddle, then you'll get a prize.
Huh. Well, don't do this very often, do I? Let's try it.
2 copper.
2 copper. Let's see. Certainly have that. Take a whole silver off of me. What do you say?
Did we start with money?
You started with, it's also 2 copper, it really doesn't matter. You can assume you had
Yeah.
that. Yeah, so you're gonna sit down in the booth, and she's like, now remember, you have to answer it quickly. And the machine likes to play tricks occasionally.
Oh.
And no, I did not work out a whole list of riddles beforehand. And also because I didn't want to base this off of player, I wanted to base this off of roll. But the machine will sort of whir, and you see sort of a little animated like puppet sort of and look at you, and it'll ask a riddle.
Is it just him in there, or did we all go?
No, it's just him. The rest of you, I think, are watching his stand.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
that no one steals his handsy soup. So, roll a die for me. Any, doesn't matter, like a D6.
D6, there you go. 5.
So this, the machine is sort of like, as you're thinking about this question and trying to come up with the answer, it's sort of like puffing air on you, which is quite distracting. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Trying to distract me with an air puff. I am much more constant. Well, 9.
Okay, give me a history check.
Oh, history. History is something that I was supposed to learn a lot about, but I did not. So, 17.
You were able to come up with the answer. It was asking a question, or it was asking a riddle that's, the answer is the blight. And it's couched in terms of, you know, things that you need to push back, but which you never wish to push you, and et cetera, et cetera. So you answer it in the sort of, the puppet sort of... and it will hand you a little ticket with winner on it. And if you step outside, you can hand that to the Dragonborn lady.
Dragonborn, here you go.
Oh, yes.
I have won one of your prizes.
Which prize would you like?
Well, let's see.
And same thing, you can have a perception, investigation, or charisma, persuasion.
Let me just peruse what you have there. So, that's 7.
Roll a D100 for me.
D100, sure thing.
Omni dress.
56. It's a good one.
The inverse of Elise's.
You see a small, it's sort of brilliantly enameled egg cup. And it's really, really beautiful, and you've just been cooking, so...
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, so you grab that. This is an egg cup that will hatch any egg that is placed atop it.
Yes.
Interesting.
What if the egg is not viable to hatch?
It says any
We're
egg.
going to find out.
An egg
oh
cup
my
that can
God.
hatch any egg
Any
that is
egg.
placed atop it.
Oh boy.
Jade egg.
This is actually maybe the most powerful thing we've gotten.
Jade
potentially.
egg.
Okay.
Get out of here, Heather.
I love that.
Again, this is
I brought
from
this piece of stone that is carved into an egg shape.
this is a set of D100 minor magical items from the blog Goblin Punch.
So good.
There are just a bunch of really amazing things in here. I will say, I kind of wanted, especially with the way you've been rolling this character, Andy, for you to get number 1, which was a wooden spoon carved with the rune for food on it. And when tapped on inert organic or semi-organic material, it will turn that into edible foodstuffs, although it is mushy and unpalatable.
Oh,
Right on.
You could just like start eating like dirt, and
Dirt.
it would provide sustenance. But very good, yeah. You walk back over. You can see that the group has actually managed to get a couple of bowls of soup passed out to people.
Lovely.
You're a little unsure because as you see like one child sort of walking away happily, talking to her mother about the soup, you see Goldie like, no, don't eat it, don't eat it.
I cover Goldie's face and like push her back a little. I'm like, it's fine, it's good.
I love it.
I was trying to think of a random thing
friends.
that you could get that I could say, like, oh, if you want to get this thing, but the only thing that came to my mind was chlamydia, and you're not going to get that from soup. So,
You know,
we sure hope not.
what's the thing you're getting from my soup? I'll tell you that. I got a little egg cup.
I was
How
drinking
about
soda.
that?
That's cute. Does anybody have an enemy whose name they would like graffitied on a wall with like "fuck off" and then like, you know, the name of their enemy? Because I have this ink and I would do that for you.
I mean,
Anyone?
don't we all have ink? Is that like a
That's sweet.
no? That's a
but-
fancy ink, or
Special. It's special ink.
What's so special about it?
Never mind. The soup is great, Eldo.
I'll do an
Thanks.
insight check if I could.
Sure. So far, that's the only thing the party has rolled well on, basically. Well, your investigation also went quite well.
I am 100% trying to lie, so I'm going to roll, even though my deception is 0. I can't beat a 21.
oh no! And you
7.
definitely didn't.
Clover, what is the ink?
When I said tattoo, I did
Yes.
mean tattoo. Like,
Permanent. Permanent?
Tattoos are permanent.
yes, that is
I
a
was
defining
thinking this was-
characteristic.
I was thinking, metaphorical, turn of speech, turn of phrase.
Oh, I thought I'm sorry. I don't.
It's a lovely flower lion.
I can try
Dog
and fix it for you.
It's a good thing it came out so well, then, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Your brother's just shaking his head behind you.
I mean, if you want, I could borrow the pen and I could try to like fix it up for you.
Not right now, thank you.
I mean, I could add some
Not right now.
colors. I don't think I could add some colors, but you know, it's the thought that counts.
Do you have an enemy you would like me to write graffiti on the wall? You know,
You don't think we should like save
Fuck
it
off,
to like do
George.
something
Look.
cooler? Who's George?
I don't know.
I
I'm
have
making
an
names up.
idea. I have an idea. So, what about the voice of the land is peace? Huh? So everyone will know forever and ever.
Are you trying to like get
Not
us
bad.
to join your cult, or
Cult. It's not a cult. It's a
I
way of
will-
life.
I will get the ink
Yeah.
out and I will write the voice of the land is peas.
Peas?
Peas.
Nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
P-E-A-S.
spelled peace wrong.
oh, peas!
Ah.
I like peas.
Oh dear, that's
Did the peas talk to you? Is that part of
what
your
they meant.
cult?
I only have one use of this left.
I like
Just-
that you
just-
have just.
Yeah,
Denise doesn't want to remember that she has it later in the game.
I'm also not-
She's like, let's get it out now.
I'm also not gonna lie. When I saw the way you all were rolling and like Heather actually succeeded, I'm like, okay, let's make sure she gets something useful because this might be about it for the equip phase.
I look around real quick for an egg. Do I see an egg around? Someone have an egg on the stand or?
Yeah,
They're
there's-
selling jade eggs over there.
Ah,
Selling jade eggs right over there.
jade
And
eggs.
filigree ones? Are they like the painted ones?
Like a real egg. There's one around.
There are several like boiled eggs at the stand next to you.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Go take a boiled egg.
Is it gonna be boiled chicken?
You guys do
Dave,
know
whatever
what
that
jade
is.
eggs are, right? I feel like everybody is just glossing over this. And like, this is Rachel speaking.
It's an,
Yeah,
fine.
No.
it's an
Okay.
egg made of jade. Jade's a material. You make stuff out of
Okay.
it.
It's fine. Yeah. That's
No,
all
no
it's-
subtext on the jade egg. No
No
subtext.
subtext at all. It's fine. Yep.
There.
Don't
None
look it up
intended.
on
None
the internet.
intended.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all just Goop fans. Nor me. Yep.
How much for that egg? I'll just pay a bit of
Oh,
maybe a copper.
A copper.
Two. Copper it is. There you go. Put it on my little egg thing and get ready to crack it open and eat a boiled egg.
As you do, you see the top of it sort of go. And yes, there is a small boiled chicken. Tiny
God.
little like boiled chicken.
Is it alive?
No, though it did appear to break out of the egg.
Well, that's weird. Boiled chicken, anyone?
It
Goldie?
is like the size of your like
I
fingernail,
sort of hand it-
just to be clear.
No.
Yeah, okay. I hand over the tiny boiled chicken. No? Nothing? Okay. I'll just put it in the soup. So I'll go over to my pot and drop it in. Sure, it's fine.
Did it have little tiny bones in it?
Oh,
Probably.
I didn't expect it.
Oh. I see.
All right, well, that random item list went about as well as I could have ever hoped.
I mean, go team.
And I just
That
fixed my
was
sign for free for anyone. And I'll just kind of leave it for a bit.
Sure. And you all can start walking around the sort of festival if you want. You're currently kind of close to the center part of it. And like I said, off to each side, there are sort of small stages set up where instead of doing a play, like a showing of the play, they're just sort of continuously doing parts of these pageants, each of which are associated with one of the areas of the fair, which are the stories of Ateriana's life. And yeah, there's vendors, there's just all kinds of stuff.
Mind if I walk with you around the fair? I've not actually seen the whole thing yet.
Feel free.
Nice. Yeah.
Feel free.
Cheers.
I'm going to say that Naveed sees some of his friends, my brother, and pokes me and says he's going to run off and hang with them for a while.
They're going back, and they're sort of redoubling their efforts on Smack a Hydra. But yeah, you walk around.
Do ring toss. Fine.
Let's do ring toss.
No, it's fine. I smacked a Hydra. I mean, I don't want to hold anybody up. I just thought ring toss might be fun.
I mean, what else are we doing? This is what we're doing right now, right? As we're walking around this festival.
Okay, and I'm just
I
gonna
would like to see you do
run
ring
over to
Yeah.
ring toss.
So it's 2 copper to play, and so these are sort of slightly enchanted rings, which you're going to throw towards bottles that have a tiny amount of mage fire in them.
Ooh.
This was not a. Let's put it this way. The town of Sha'has does not have good safety regulations around their festivals.
Just nervous.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and you'll get 3 rings. And you can make a dex attack roll to sort of throw a ring.
I don't really want to touch a ring. Can I cast Mage Hand and have my pixies form into a hand and use it to toss the rings?
Yes, so just so we're clear, I am picturing like 1 pixie for each of the fingers, and then like a couple of pixies like curled up for the palm.
Sure, yeah. Absolutely. So yeah,
Just
with
like,
my swarm is a bunch of playful pixies, and when I cast Mage Hand, they all come together in the form of a hand to do things. And so I will pick up a ring and I will do a toss. So what'd you say? It was just a straight dex check?
It's a dex attack roll. If you're generally proficient with like,
so I could just use like my dex weapon?
Yeah, I would say like if it's like a dagger or something, then that would be enough to give a proficiency. 24, that works.
Oh, I'm sorry, never mind. You rolled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying.
Go ahead and give me a d6 roll. 2, very good. Just clink, 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 and goes around one of the bottles. You have 2 more throws.
Yes!
Goldie, you're
so
amazing.
good at games! Thanks!
Again, it's flying really nice to me. Roll a d6 for me again.
You're very good at this.
Yep, and again, clink, clink, clink. And one more.
Come on, big money.
Jesus.
Yes! I rolled above 20 all 3 times.
Okay, I just want to point out.
And that's it for the night, probably.
I want to point out to the chat that when we were setting this game up, Rachel just accidentally hit some like attack rolls. So 3 times, 2 of which were fumbles. And I calculated the average. It was like the equivalent of rolling a 4 on the d20 on average across all 6 rolls. I'm just like, good God, that's bad. Yeah, give me one more d6 roll.
I also told Galway that my real life game, my friend keeps track of nat 1s and nat 20s for all of us. Not that this isn't real life. I mean in person, you know. Anyway, and I have the most nat 1s of anyone in our group of 6 people, almost combined. So I just am real great.
Very good. Ring settles over. The small goblin actually who's running is like 3 for 3. You get 2 prizes.
Oh,
Yes!
very nice, very nice.
I just start doing a
I
dance in my frilly dress. Prizes! Prizes! And I
If I
high five
see
my
you-
pixie hand. Sorry.
No, you're good. If I see you looking around, I'll go ahead and put my hand on your head and just say, "The Lord of the land is with you."
Hey, thanks,
Listen
but
to the
please don't
voice.
touch me again without consent. And I just send my pixies up there to just start cleaning wherever your hand was.
That's okay.
Your pixies like pull out what appear to be like small bottles of off-brand Lysol, like magic Lysol, and there's like. Tss, 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 tss.
I am an elf. I am
Like chamois.
It smells like sanitizer.
It's nothing personal. I just don't really like other people touching me.
Yeah.
Maybe next time you could. We could just poke fingertips. How about we poke
I'll
fingertips
give you
next
a
time?
thumbs up next time.
Yeah, we could do that. I know I'm weird. I'm sorry. So do I get to do a persuasion or a
Perception, investigation, or persuasion. And you have guidance. And it'll be 1 roll to govern both of them. So.
All right. Let's just keep. I'm just gonna do perception again. Why?
You have guidance.
That was it for the night.
I'll do my guidance, but fuck. Well, there.
Huh?
Is
12 is way better than 8.
12 is.
What's wrong with my roll? It's fine.
All right. So you see you see sort of 2 things that stand out to you. One is a little vial, and the other is a small sort of like folded over piece of paper.
And I get 2 prizes, right?
Yeah, and you could grab both of those.
Okay, I will do that.
The potion is a potion of healing.
Woohoo!
And the piece of paper, which is folded over and sort of has a very nice like ribbon tying it, is a spell scroll for Unseen Servant.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. The voice has
very nice.
provided these things for you. Well done.
I didn't hear anything. Did somebody say something? Was there a voice?
The voice speaks softly to some people.
To be clear,
Oh,
also because I did realize that I think no one here was in the previous one shot that was in Greenwoods. The Voice of the Land is one of the most prominent religious orders in Greenwoods. It is also sort of a governmental authority, and its influence is very strong, and it's like in every community. And one of the main things it does is also it just focuses on tending the land, taking care of things, and keeping the blight back.
And also peas.
And peas, apparently.
We'll remedy that.
Eldo, you hear a bit of a commotion, sort of off to the north.
Sound? Does anyone else hear that? Some off to the north.
Since he told us, can we hear it?
You do hear a little bit of something, maybe. It's hard to tell. I mean, there's a lot of commotion.
I think maybe.
Could be a fun new game.
Something? Shall we go see?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
for
do
it.
it.
And Eldo, as you turn around, the stone beneath your feet is sand. And the shouts... Why did you think the shouts were people excited? The troops are landing. The Forians are here. The Forians are here, and you have to stop them. And just like you have so many times because you're here but you're not, you see your squad mate go over the top.
Going over the top, I cast Bless on him real quick. No, shit, I don't have Bless prepared. I cast, oh fuck, Heroism on him.
But you can't cast spells yet. Your sword is in your hand and you know you're supposed to go over the top after him.
Oh, shit.
What are the rest of us seeing?
Do.
You do, you jump over the top and you, somewhere in the back of your mind, you know, don't drop the sword, don't drop the sword, don't drop the sword, don't drop the sword. And then the arrow hits him and he falls backwards and you drop the sword and you run back to your lines and you hide. Just like you have every time in this memory. Just like you did then. And you cower. And you sort of tuck down. And as you open your eyes, there is the stone of the plaza. Hard and cold. The booths of the festival sit empty. The banners tattered and torn. The only sound, wind whipping through the passages of town.
Hello? Anyone? I was just with my friends at the festival and now it's gone.
You sort of look around. You see your friends huddled on the ground as well, right around you as they were.
I rush over to them. I try to get their attention.
Yeah, you're able to sort of rouse them. Each of you sort of will wake in turn to Eldo shaking you.
Elda, what happened?
I don't know.
Where is everyone?
This isn't a dream. I feel like I was just having a dream. Ah. What do we do?
I'll pinch him. I'll
Ah,
pinch Aldo.
ah.
Before
It's not
falling
the dream.
asleep, did essentially when this started happening to Aldo, the rest of us just kind of like passed out?
Give me a wisdom check.
Nine.
You're trying to think. You were talking about a commotion to the north. Eldo mentioned it. You were gonna go look. There were shouts, not happy ones. That you remember that, and Eldo. Then Eldo was sort of trembling, and you turned to look at him, and then he was waking you up.
Can I do a perception check to look around and
Yeah.
see if I can see anyone or?
Absolutely.
Guidance. Voice of the land be with you.
Don't think that
Good.
guidance is gonna help.
Good.
Hey, look,
Good.
it's Rachel's rolls. They're back for
So
for
you
sale.
excel in carnivals.
I do. Just put me in carnivals and I roll great. Everything else is stupid.
Goldie, you were just freaking the hell out. This is bad and weird and should
What's
not.
this? Where are the people? Why are there no noises? What happened to all the sound? What happened to all the people? I don't understand. Why are we here? Eldo, do you
The
know?
flags being in tatters.
The pixies are now like petting your hair.
Aw.
Like pull out like a tiny brown paper bag.
Oh. The flags
Can I
that
do
are
an
in tatters.
investigation? Oh, sorry.
Sure.
No, that's
yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
My question is like they're the same flags. They're just now in tatters, like, or are they different flags?
Yeah, good question. The flags are all the same. The pennants are all the same. This looks like it. And now as you're sort of looking around, and I'm just going to give this to you off of your passive perception, you see some of the stands are on fire. They're like smoldering gently. You can actually see like scorch marks along the walls. And as you're kind of settling into your senses and settling into, you're not sure what the hell happened, but okay, here you are. You begin to smell a bit of blood in the air.
I'm looking around to see anyone hurt, anyone on the ground, something.
Yeah, and
Hmm?
I'd like to just investigate and see, if I smell blood, can I see where it was from?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give
Look
me that
around.
investigation roll. And
I thought I clicked it. Okay. I am clicking and it's
does
not
anyone see an
happening.
investigation roll?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, I just want to make sure that this wasn't my Roll20 had decided not to.
No. Let me
Roll 20 in general. It's a
swap
little-
windows.
There we go.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
okay.
It was.
Oh, you're gonna get about 6 of them.
I was going to say the torrent will now begin.
Yeah.
They're
Wow.
real bad.
Oh my god.
They're whole.
At least it's not the fumble.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
We'll give this off of the investigation. You're not really sure, but you're also kind of coming back to your senses. You see tendrils of smoke rising from around town. You see sort of at the same time as Eldo, who is looking around, you see some figures sort of crumpled off to the sides and corners. Yeah, it's not great.
I'm gonna run over and see if it's Naveen.
Yeah, you run over sort of the nearest group. Doesn't seem to be. You recognize a blacksmith from in town, and you recognize a couple of like the town guard, sort of piled off to the side.
Okay, you froze for me for just a sec.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say
recognize-
your camera just flashed, so I'll just repeat what I said to make sure you heard, because I don't know what might have been lost. No, it is not Naveen. You see like a blacksmith from town that you do recognize. You didn't necessarily know him particularly well, and a couple of the guard, and they're kind of piled off to the side. They
dead piles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that kind of pile. They bear burns, like even at sort of a cursory glance, you can see that like some of their clothes are burned off. Yeah.
Ooh.
If I reach anybody, I immediately cast Spare the Dying, and then I'll check after I do that.
Yeah. The spell does not seem to take.
Okay.
I will use my Fearbold magic and do detect magic, which I can have just as a free once a day. We'll put it in the chat. And yeah, it's just normal detect magic. And I'll do the thing where I just kind of like walk the perimeter of the square, kind of curving back and forth to try and get everything within 30 feet. As I pace back and forth, trying to see if there's anything to see.
Yeah.
Clover, be careful.
I'll
Please.
keep a lookout.
What are you doing? You should stay near us. We should stay together. Why are you leaving? Don't leave me.
I'm not going far. I'm just trying to see. I need to get.
I'll
see if there's-
follow along. Daggers out.
Yes, you're walking, and yeah, you're not seeing anything magical. You see like the items that you and your friends are carrying, but that's about it.
Well, I don't.
Goldie, you're okay?
No? Are you okay? Why don't we be okay? Where are we? Where'd everybody go? Who's okay? They're not
Don't
okay.
know.
And I point to all the dead bodies that are piled up.
Goldie is a treasure.
I keep hearing the feckin' teach in your voice, EMT. It was from a Void campaign.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Can we? Did it? I don't know what to even ask here. This is one of those like.
Yeah,
I guess.
I'm
well,
running
we heard.
from pile to
Okay,
pile.
I'll say to the group as we kind of finish the walk around, weaving back and forth to get everything within 30. I mean, we heard the commotion come from the north. Should we go north or maybe south? Maybe something came through town and is on its way out now? Or we should go north and see if there's any evidence of...
Could you send your pixies up and see if they see anything?
So, can I have them be far from me?
I can cast Wild Shape. I can be a druid. I can Wild Shape.
Because they remain. It says they remain in my space.
They're
say-
not a familiar. They just kind of stay on you and enhance things you do.
Yeah, they pretty much remain in my space at all times.
Braiding your hair.
Braiding my hair.
Would
Very
you
pretty.
like me to become an owl, and a big owl, and fly around and look? I don't know how many wild shapes
I don't think you can
get
do
in the
that yet.
thing.
You can't have flight speed
Yeah, you can.
creatures until like 7th level.
5 or
That's
6 level?
stupid.
I think in a level you'll be
I
able to like turn
disagree
into a
with that
fish.
rule. So all I can
You could. I mean,
second
you could.
max. Oh, max 1/4, but no flying or swimming speed.
You could be a dog. Run around, see if you smell
Not
something.
helpful.
I don't know.
That's dumb.
Is that dumb? I'm sorry.
Not you. The rule book is dumb. I was excited about getting to fly. Fine.
Well, why don't we just go north? That's where we heard things.
Do we want to leave? What if this is like where a portal is and we can't get back to wherever we were before? If we leave, maybe we just need to stay here. What if we just stay here, and then maybe it'll fix itself? Does that sound good to everybody?
I
No.
don't know if things like this fix themselves.
Yeah,
That's
Goldie.
a fair
Although-
point.
Maybe we
I
just
do
need to
want
go.
Rachel, the DM, to remember this moment of perhaps we just stay here and don't do anything when a new
Perhaps we
helpful goat
derail the
campaign
campaign.
kicks off.
Yeah.
That's all I
And
know.
always like, well, good
I'm
night,
sorry.
everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in.
We're gonna sit
And
here.
they sat there
Sit down.
forever.
You want to explore Salt Marsh?
Real
What if
quick,
we-
I would like to go over to where my soup was. If that's like overturned, can I tell? Like, is it cold? Is it like maybe how long
I'll
we've
check on
been
my
out?
graffiti.
Interesting. Your cart is, or your little sort of table is turned over and smashed,
TV
and
table.
the soup is sort of on the ground. But you can feel that it's cold.
Moldy?
And sort of as you think about that, you also sort of look up. It was morning still, like you were still in sort of the first part of the festival. It does now appear like it is afternoon.
Well, that feels weird.
Is all
So
the
it's
stuff
cold, but
still there? Sorry.
Big pardon?
Like
Yeah.
is your soup tureen still like is all the things that we were used to seeing there, or are the stalls just totally empty?
They're just knocked over, destroyed. Like I assume
Okay.
that he sort of had not like a metal one. I was assuming it was like sort of a large crockery, and like that's smashed, but it's
Okay.
there.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I think we missed some time. It might still be the same day, but I think we're a bit off.
But this does very much feel like, just to not try to put too fine a point on this, this feels like you are in the same place and in relatively the same time. Like this is not,
A few hours.
Yeah.
we're just
It's
in
not a
the same
Here beyond the doors.
we're just in the same carnival, but like everything is gone. No one has been here for years or anything. It's like, no, this looks
Yeah.
like shit got wrecked, but still similar.
I think maybe north is our best bet then.
All right.
To know something.
Fine.
And as we're going, I'm going to keep an eye out for like any vendor stall that would have been selling like daggers or knives or rapiers, and maybe pick up a couple along the way if there are some.
Sure. You would actually know that on the road out north, this building on the corner was a blacksmith's.
The dead blacksmith?
Yes, that would be the one.
Yeah.
Does he have a surviving family?
We don't know
Or
if anyone.
did he have family?
He had like siblings.
Okay.
You don't know about the survival part.
Right, right. So if the shop is like open, I'll grab a couple daggers out of it.
Yeah,
so I have a few
so
extra.
if as you're walking up, you stick your head inside there. The door has been like smashed open. Most of the stuff in there is gone, but there are certainly some like daggers or smaller, pieces of gear generally.
Okay, I want to pick up a couple extra daggers.
Yep. There's like 3 more.
Okay.
Yeah. So you
Careful with those things.
you all begin wandering. You definitely see now as you're sort of making your way through town, the stuff to the south sort of where you were and down, some of that was still on fire, and almost as you get up this way, things are now just smoldering, like the fires have burned themselves out, but they also seem almost more damaged. And this kind of feels like maybe whatever happened started in the north and then was getting done by the time it got to the south. And as you make your way out to about here in the outskirts to sort of the northern sort of gathering plaza, to the north, you see a brilliant light on the horizon, gleaming white. This is not a thing that you've seen before.
Does
God, feels
anybody know
troublesome.
what? Yes. Does anyone know what that is?
No idea.
And in that direction would be the Temple of Aetiriana.
It looks like a
Perhaps
light,
the temple-
but I don't think you were asking that literally, were you?
No. The cause of the light.
Perhaps-
The cause of the light.
Oh, thanks for being more specific. I appreciate it. Sorry, Brother Eldo. I keep talking over you.
You're
But you
fine.
also are a little delayed, so I'm just going to keep doing it every time. You're just slightly behind, and then it's just going to keep happening. It's fine. I'm done.
Okay. I'm teasing. Would I know any reason that light might occur? Is this maybe a warning sign of the temple, or something like that I would know of?
Yeah, so you're not part of the cult of Aetiriana, and again, here I mean cult,
Right.
not in the scary brainwashing bad organization, but in like the religious studies sense of an incipient religion, or like a specific subset of a religion. But you do know that Aetiriana is a goddess of healing, and was a folk hero, and sort of was deified for some of her miraculous acts, and most of which had to do with healing. So that doesn't seem like a bad way to go, given that you've got a lot of stuff that could use healing miracles.
Right.
You don't know of them doing any sort of warning signs, or this is not Gondor requires aid
Right.
kind of system, but sorry, I'm just,
Well, it may be where
I've made the mistake of
Survivor-
looking at Twitch chat. I'm just like,
Sorry.
oh fuck.
You
Your
wonder
first
why
mistake,
Elise and
looking
Rachel
at
are
shit.
so fucking easily distracted.
I ever since I found out I can't fly as a level 2-3 druid, I've been on a mission to find an appropriate flightless bird to turn into.
All
And go away.
that,
It's not easy.
that fat parrot from the just got. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
Oh,
penguins
penguins
have
can
a
swim.
swimming speed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn into a fat parrot that can't fly. No, I won't. That would be so fun. I'm
doesn't
sorry.
have speed.
It doesn't
That's all
have the
this-
flying speed.
I'm sorry, but you can't have a rolling speed either.
Kind of a bouncing speed.
I can be a wolf or a fat parrot.
No, it's an actual type of
They have the
parrot.
same CR rating, actually. I realized that was redundant because R is the. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sorry, Galway.
No, you're fine. No, I just looked over there and I'm just like, I think it was just literally the line of thanks for tuning into Elise types her Google searches into Twitch. I'm just like,
I'm crowdsourcing. It's not the same.
It's like that can flamingos fly. I'm just
my
imagining.
focus and like DMing acuity is like on a thread here, and that was just like, nope, we out.
It's bad tonight.
I
I'm
just
sorry.
I just need to think about Google searches typed into Twitch.
Kakapo. 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 It's an owl parrot. It's a species of large, flightless, nocturnal, ground-dwelling parrot.
Does it swim?
Endemic to New Zealand.
Does it fight things?
Sorry.
Would its
Oh,
challenge
it's
rating be
very
higher
cute.
than
A
large
nocturnal
baby.
owl pair. Of course, it's endemic to New Zealand.
This is 100% one of my wild shapes.
Oh my gosh.
What are we going to
Anyways.
use
Yes.
it for? I don't know.
That is one of your wild shapes, and I'll even give you you can use like the owl stat block minus the flying.
Which is useless.
That's
I
You could
love
stand
it,
on my
and
shoulder.
That's all I want. Yes, I'm just,
It is.
that's what I
the
do. I
world's
just
only flightless parrot, the heaviest parrot, nocturnal, herbivorous,
Let's
and
wiggle it
visibly sexually dimorphic in body size.
Right on.
nice.
So there you go.
Well,
This has been Kakapo Facts.
It's also one of the world's longest living birds.
Thanks for
Anyway,
tuning
back
in,
to you,
too.
Galway.
Oh, here I think it says it really enjoys D&D and would like to focus. I think that's the Google search.
Whoa.
That's the Google
Andy.
search I saw of that
Wow.
parrot.
Whoa.
Angie,
shame.
read the room, okay?
I feel shamed.
Read the room.
I don't care. You know me. I don't care what we do.
This is.
I did try to send it back to Galway. I said back to you, Galway.
This
I
is
know.
D&D. This is my wild shape now. Andy.
This is me. She doesn't mean Clover. She means
No.
Elise. This is Elise's wild
This is
shape.
least. This is least.
I'm slowly morphing into a
You ever
kakapo.
just look up and like see a kakapo wandering around town? It's Elise.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I'm
Yeah, so
ready.
you see this you see a light and it's still, like I said, it's still early, maybe mid-afternoon, so the fact that this light is so bright on the horizon means it's bright. Like, you know, this isn't like a light at twilight or something. And yeah, that's Clover, give me an Arcana check.
Cool. That's gonna be coming up, right? That's 19.
Nice. So I'm gonna say with your detect magic kind of still up in the last vestiges of it, it's certainly not within 30 feet of you, but you do feel like that light has a magical source. This isn't a fire. This isn't, you know, an explosion or anything like that. There is something magical doing that.
I mean, the light is magic. That much seems evident. Which direction is like the forest? I mean, I guess it's kind of all around, right? Isn't this whole area kind of wooded? And then there's
This whole area is relatively wooded. The forest that you all probably came from the most was to the west.
Okay. And the light is like kind of a concentrated spot. It's not like the whole horizon is
Correct.
lit
It's
north.
like if you looked due north and then moved just like a tiny bit to the east, there is like a point of light. And that's why there's the especially like Eldo was able to realize like that is the direction of the church of Eteriana.
Right. Okay. I mean, I guess it's not really surprising that it's magical given, well, I don't know. Is it? I guess maybe it could be. Like, I just don't understand. None of us were hurt. None of us remember anything coming into town. None of us remember the fire starting or the people dying. But, like, none of us are hurt or singed or otherwise show evidence of having been in the midst of some kind of fight. How did we even...
It's like we skipped time.
Weird.
So,
And
like looking around, there's no other magical lights happening?
No,
and
like as
nobody
you've been
alive.
sort of once you'd seen it and like you can keep moving then a little bit, you can sort of look around
we-
more.
Investigate cause of death on those bodies?
Not fully. The people
Burned?
who had gotten closest to them, they were burned generally.
But there's like no stab wounds or stuff on them, like, or otherwise.
Not on the ones that people sort of cursorily looked at.
So they burned to death? Or
Seems like it,
Just-
probably.
They were also piled, right? They were also piled, which
That's
means
true. They were
someone
piled. Something had to move.
piled them.
Do you think
Yeah.
we should just take a second and go back and like investigate the bodies a little more? Or are we done
First
with?
you said we needed to leave, and now we need to go back. I mean,
Well, there
Fine.
might be many more on the way,
fine,
many
you're
more
right.
bodies on the way.
I'll stay back a bit while you investigate the corpses, if that's okay. I could keep a watch out for non-corpses.
Yeah, I think just really quick. Let's just because I mean
good
I don't
idea.
mean to backtrack us too much. I know this is literal backtracking, but like
Oh, I don't actually mind. I
yeah, I think maybe,
Goldie
like,
doesn't want to go
like,
back to corpses after being
clues,
convinced
like-
to leave.
we might have missed something.
Players are
Yeah.
cool with it.
yeah, no,
Goldie's like,
I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
fine for the let's investigate.
So you go back.
I'm gonna keep a watch out just to make sure that nobody sneaks up on us or anything.
Goldie, give me a perception check, and then
Real good at those.
if Clover and Amvide are sort of checking the bodies, give me med checks for those.
Oh,
Can I give advantage?
Ooh, yeah, nice.
Let's just go ahead and-
Never mind.
But I can do
yeah.
this.
I did roll another crit fail, but it didn't count. So
17.
Nice. 18 for perception. Yeah, you're not seeing a lot of movement. Brother Eldo's sort of stayed up north with you. You kind of have scrabbled up onto one of the lower roofs that's right next to you, sort of with his help, so that you can see more along the horizon. And you're not seeing anything. Amvide and Clover, with a crit hit 20 and a 17, you begin checking, and like the top couple of bodies are indeed mostly just burned, but then you sort of like roll a body back, and now you can see that there are people here who are still, like, they've been burned, but they also have like sword wounds on them. So, and then you kind of, look again, and the ones underneath are also burned, or also have sword wounds. So it seems like some of these bodies got hit by flames, and that was what killed them. But then others do appear to have been killed by more normal means.
So cool. And like based on how they're piled and things, are there like drag marks in the dirt or other things? Carts, horses, like any signs of things like an army rolling through, or is this just like
Give me a quick
Yeah.
investigation check. $19, very
Okay.
nice. You kind of are looking at it, and like as you're sort of replacing the bodies, you look down and look around. It is clear that the bodies got moved to here. There's kind of a couple of piles around, and like as you're now looking, you can see in the dust on the ground a little bit of sort of drag marks, some now sort of blood trails. You can see you don't see signs of like carts or horses, but this is also a stone plaza. So it's not like there would be cart tracks through it or hoof prints left easily. But you have, I'll put it that way, of the investigation is high enough that you also realize you wouldn't be able to see it one way or the other.
right? Okay. All right. I'll relay information as we kind of walk back to the group if you were done. Okay, one more time. It is MV'd.
Envied.
MV'd, sorry. I am, like, I swear every time I go to like look at this, I'm like, and now parse the syllables.
Yeah, I just fixed him to both eyes and the IDE. But
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, if you're done, I'm done, so we can start heading back.
okie doke.
And when we regroup, I'll just pass along all the information that I learned.
Nice.
I'm very worried about my brother. I didn't see him in the bodies, but has anyone seen anyone alive?
I guess we could check buildings, see if anyone's hiding in the buildings. I also want to get out of town a little bit and see if we can see in like where the road isn't cobbled, where it's dirt, if we can see tracks of whatever it is that came through town, because there were sword wounds. We should be able to see if there was like a big army or something marching through, like we'd be able to see that in the mud, right? Or even just in the dirt.
You would think.
I would think. That's a you thing, right, Goldie? That you can track things, you can survival the shit out of things as a ranger.
I can. I mean, yeah. If you want me to look around and look at tracks, I could try and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean my survival's not.
I have
but...
double survival proficiency.
Whoa!
I took canny because I went a little crazy into the new Tasha stuff and just took everything. So can I roll survival to look around?
Yep.
So there's no way for me to like actually adjust my survival to be double proficiency.
There is actually.
How?
You're Goldie.
I am Goldie. So it should be 6.
So it's character sheet and then the little gear mark on the far right side of those.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then you can change, what is it, survival?
Uh-huh.
From normal to expertise.
Ooh, fancy. Thank you.
Yeah, for some reason they decided to put that fucking someplace different than anything else to do with skills.
Uh-huh.
17.
No, I totally had advantage because I'm real good at things.
No, this isn't the carnival phase anymore.
Damn it.
So to sort of get to a place where you would do that, you need to be more up here on the edge of town. That's about where the sort of cobbles fade into a dirt track. You don't really see anything. On the other hand, well, no, okay. Trying to think of how to say this correctly. You don't see anything distinct like that. There have been a lot of carts coming and going for the setup of the festival. And you don't really see anything pronounced or distinct over the top of that.
Okay. I mean, I see carnival wagons like you would expect. I do see a big magical light over there over the horizon.
Yeah.
That would be, as somebody who's really good at tracking things and figuring out where things are, that would be the direction that I think we should go. That's all I got. I don't see anything in the dirt here. I'm sorry. It's I don't want to get too close to it because it's real dirty, but all I see is wagon tracks and a light.
I feel like this is Rachel DM's bid to be like, please, for the love of God, do this for me too, guys.
All right, we're going to the light. Let's go.
All right.
Let's die. Oh wait.
Go into the light.
So with that, let's go ahead and take a break here real quick. It's about 9:00 Mountain Time. We've been going for a couple of hours between our introductions, which were mostly just us laughing, and then started this. But yeah, we're going to take about probably a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:05 Mountain, 11:05 Eastern. I'm not doing any more time conversions because I'm tired. Yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hope you're enjoying it, and we'll be back real soon.
Sweet.
presents. It's not dirty.
Hello, everyone.
Good thing.
I don't know what Andy was trying to
I have
Andy
no
was
idea
trying
what
to
I
do
was-
something. I don't think
Andy's been inspired by Critical Role to say terrible things right before you go live and make you flinch, but then he flinched himself.
Oh, no,
That's
that's
what
been
I
happening
do.
for a long time. That's
Me
been
and Chris
going
have been
on
doing that a long time.
since. Well, no, that's been happening since I would DM Chris, who I don't think has ever really watched Critical Role. That's just Chris being Chris, and then Andy picked up on this and began trying to shout things to distract me right as we were going back live, which is where my weird countdown would come in. I'm like, and we're going live in 3, 2, 1. They just start screaming, and I'm like,
Pause.
they like stop. They're like, yeah, we got you, and now we're live. My record was having to wait out 7 seconds after my countdown.
It was awesome.
Anyway, we're back, everybody. They
Hi.
have not successful. They were unsuccessful in trying to derail me, and yeah, so they had a fun day at the festival. Rachel rolled like she was at a carnival, which is really, really good. And then as soon as the carnival mysteriously disappeared, nothing. Thank you, Rachel, for acting that out appropriately. The group, yeah, had a good time at this carnival for Eteriana, but then heard a commotion to the north. Brother Eldo seemed to have a memory, a dream. He wasn't entirely sure. And everyone else was having trouble remembering exactly what happened. Shouts, seeing Brother Eldo suddenly sort of freak out, and then blankness, waking up. Just, why is my cat,
hear a cat.
freaking out so hard? Buddy, I let you out of the room so that you could explore more, not so you could just like scream your freaking head off. It's fine. He's just yelling at me from another room now. They explored the bodies, the first sort of groups of which had been burned, then others showed evidence of sword wounds. They did not find anyone alive sort of within a quick sort of cursory scan of town. They didn't see anything on the horizon or any signs of anything except for a brilliant light apparently coming from the Temple of Eteriana, which is located several hours journey to the north along the road. Goldie, practicing a safely sanitary distance of tracking from the mud, but tracking in the mud, just didn't really discover any tracks outside of those that would have been there for the festival itself. So lots of carts, lots of foot traffic and everything, but nothing that stood out as having been much more recent than that, or like the ordered rows of troops marching, or heavy cavalry carts, anything like that. And with that, I'll say we can rejoin you all on the road, making your way north. Like I said, the journey to the Temple of Eteriana is probably 2.5 hours, something like that.
We can see the light shining from that far, like.
Yeah, it's real bright.
Pull out my shades.
And it's
Shades.
So
it was almost like a star or like the sun on the horizon, but just white light and very sort of localized, but sort of like that. It wasn't lighting up the entire horizon, but like there was a distinct point of light on that northern horizon.
Unto us a child is born, voice of the land. We will follow your star
For
and
the
light
first-
in the distance.
hour, I will transform into a kakapo. And I will sit on Aldo's shoulder. And when Aldo gets really into like doing the like unto us a child is born stuff, I will occasionally like kind of peck and interrupt.
Okay. All right. Get the picture.
Yeah, but very good. As you're going along, what would you like to be doing? You are traveling. Your traveling order is apparently, it's a big enough road that you can be sort of loosely grouped. Apparently, Clover is using Aldo as a means of transportation.
We should probably be in the middle of everyone. Just saying. One in front of me, one in back.
I mean, I
Yeah,
can
no,
go
for
in front.
proportion's sake.
I'm happy to go in front.
You said I can use owl as my stats for being a...
Yep. It's an owl parrot, and I don't think there's a parrot in the
No, I've
standard
got
compendium.
Take.
I have perception +3 as an owl.
Nice.
So I'll just I'll look around from Eldo's shoulder, which is much shorter than Clover would be. Should I just do a perception roll?
Yeah, sorry, I was like... And roll?
So then do I just add 3 to my... It says I retain my wisdom score and retain my skills and saving proficiencies in addition to gaining those of the creature. So I roll perception and then add 3?
Yep.
Sweet.
17.
17.
Yeah, you're looking around. You don't see much of anything, which isn't particularly surprising. Sha'has is kind of the anchor of this area. While the river can carry lots of traffic, etc., it's not like there's constant traffic or anything, so you wouldn't necessarily be expecting that. The road roughly follows the river up to the north, and there's not a lot of just overland travelers going through at any time. My cat is not talking to me from in here. Hey,
It
buddy.
sounds adorable.
Hi. Okay, I'm narrating.
Calcifer? Is that
Okay,
Calcifer?
Yeah, it's Calcifer. Okay, don't interrupt the narration unless you're going to actually make good on the interruption of the narration. So yeah, you don't see much. The weather is nice. It's a clear day. The light on the horizon as you're looking around is fading a little bit, but is still visible to you there. It's just it's difficult even to tell whether it's actually fading or just you're getting used to it, so it's not as jarring as it was. But yeah, would anyone else like to be doing tonight?
I can go ahead and scout a little bit. Sorry, I was trying to look up something too.
If I were to see you, maybe go ahead and start looking around. I'd probably just touch your shoulder and may the voice be with you.
I peck you a little bit.
It's my ear.
Okay. Yeah, so all right, I'll go ahead and scout a little bit. And
I would too. I don't know exactly what she's doing, but I would probably be doing survival checks again just to see if I see anything different or interesting as we go around, or if I notice anything around, or yeah.
I'll give you a thumbs up, Goldie.
okay. So I was looking up what my psionic dice were, but
Oh yeah, I think for
it's a D6.
Yeah, it's a D6 right now.
And I've got 4 of them. So
Yep. And once per day as a bonus action, you can regain 1. I believe I saw. There's just you can recharge it once.
okay.
None. Well, not even if you have none, but yeah. So, would you be making a perception check then to sort of scout, or are you survival checking to look for tracks?
Probably perception. just to see, if I see anyone, anything, something that looks weird or off. And the guidance, that's not going to help much.
Something.
Yeah.
6.
I'm still pretty shaken up.
Not a lot. You're worried. You're worried about your brother. You're worried about what the hell is going on. Stuff is just weird, and kind of as you're looking around, your mind is drifting back to sort of what you saw. And give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
That's not good.
nope.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Now I would like to spend a side eye because, and then I just roll a wait. Oh yeah, it's not the one I was thinking of. That's not really going to help, is it? It could. Okay.
10.
Try. Yeah. All right. No, I'll keep it. I failed.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on something in Discord and this totally lost our text channel. And I'm like, no, that's the one I want. Yeah, the 4. You're trying to think back, and you remember Eldo saying, do you hear sort of that commotion? Do you hear that? And then you listened and you did. And you heard something else. Some other noise. There was shouting, but there was something else. And you're not quite able to remember what it was. And then you saw sort of Eldo trembling, and then that noise. But no, you can't quite remember it. You sort of shake your head and go back to keeping a lookout on the road.
Okay.
What anyone else like to do?
can I do survival? Look around, see tracks, check for if I see anything around in bushes and things that seem weird or whatever.
You got this, Goldie. Well done.
22.
I do. How is it? How? Like, yes, I rolled a 22.
Traveling
but
plus carnivals?
I just don't know how I have so many critical failures on dice that don't count. Also, it shouldn't be possible. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Wait. Her preferred terrain is the Faravan.
Yeah.
Traveling and carnivals.
Yeah. Faravan.
Fates of Rin reference.
With that 22, you're looking around. You're not seeing anything. You see sort of older tracks. You're pretty sure that there are some wolves sort of off a bit into the brush. You do notice, not even like it's kind of a cross of survival and perception, but like you do notice the signs of there's probably a group of deer sort of on the other side of the road, down closer to the river, near some trees, which you kind of suspect are what the wolves are also interested in. And yeah, you're going along, and you're just sort of noticing all of this. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Cool, great. Cool. Wow. Apparently 4 is just the number for wisdom saves right now, huh?
Wow.
Looks like it.
Yeah, and you're looking out, and you kind of, the copse of trees reminds you of being in the forest, and as you're walking along, you kind of are drifting almost into a little bit of a reverie, and you remember playing with your pixies, and you remember them sort of carrying flowers and sort of dropping them and scattering them, and then very carefully cleaning them, and neatly arranging them, and you're sort of smiling at the memory, and then you sort of in this reverie, you notice that the flowers are odd, and the pixies are kind of marching along, stacking bodies on top of each other. And then you sort of fairy will sort of like gently dab a bead of sweat from your brow. Look at you for a second. Pull back.
Is Goldie close to the group, or is she kind of far away? Or like by the group, I mean me riding on Aldo's shoulder.
Yeah, I don't think I would have gone too far.
No, I don't think you're needing
unless
to
I wandered
range.
off in my reverie or something. But
No, and I don't think
I
you
would-
didn't like wander way off. It was more just that you were like, oh, like cups of trees. Mm-hmm.
I would say there's something weird going on here. Just
I
gonna
will
let you know.
flutter sadly down to the ground and hop over to Goldie. I think Goldie has seen me in my Kakapo form many, many times and knows that this is a request to be picked up and held.
I prefer to see you waddling.
I'm like, I waddle for a minute over to Goldie to be picked up and like snuggle up comfortingly to Goldie.
Very good.
Something weird going on here, Clover. I know that, like, can you talk when you're in your wild shape? No.
Not unless I'm a beast that can talk. So do Kakapos mimic?
Let me look up. No.
They're parrots. They're
That's true.
parrots.
I know you can't talk like this, but I mean, things are real weird. Clover, I saw some stuff that made me real uncomfortable just now. Real uncomfortable.
I will nibble at your finger with my beak. Comforting.
I'll send a pixie there to clean it right after you do it. They kind of give you a look as they wipe it, like.
I snap at the pixie.
All right. You're all my friends.
But yeah, I'll say that the first hour has now passed of this journey. So
I'm Clover again.
poof. Preferably, hopefully not actually still riding on.
No, I imagine you have a sense of when it's going to run out. I would jump down and kind of waddle away a little and then grow back up into
go from this like
Firbolg
tiny bird
shape.
to 7 foot tall Firbolg. Yeah, so you you do that. It's getting along probably towards mid-afternoon now. Are you going to do that again, or are you were just free kakapoing? Well, actually you can't, because you can't short rest twice.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Just keep
do that
short
for the
resting.
just inevitable. But yeah, just take the free, quote unquote free, so that I still have my 2 wild shapes for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yep. Good. So, anything else if people want to be doing sort of in this second hour? Also, now that Clover is Clover, not a kakapo, not Kaka Clover.
Oh God.
If I sense that Goldie is anxious about all this, I would just be trying to like talk about Goldie. Do you have family around, or what's your favorite sandwich?
My mom died. She was the only family I really had.
Oh,
We were kind of outcasts from other goblins because we're not like like that kind. Like that's not really how I
Sure.
am. It's not really how she was. She really liked pretty flowers. That's why my name's Marigold. But then she died because she got old, and that's what you do when you get old is you die. And then I found Clover, so Clover's kind of like family, but not quite the same because like she's real big. But I like sandwiches as long as they're made correctly.
Not
like,
all the
as long as-
halflings.
Yeah, no, I don't want halfling sandwiches. That's I'm actually more of like a vegetarian. I don't really like to eat meat so much. What about you? You like sandwiches?
Oh, top of the hillock on a breezy day. Got a bit of a picnic with me. I'll have sandwiches in that, sure.
Do you only eat sandwiches on breezy days?
On top of a
That's
hillock.
a real specific condition.
Well, lots of foods
You
out there,
only
isn't there?
eat soup at carnivals, or
Mostly.
oh, what do you eat at what do you eat when you're at your grandma's house?
Ah, pork.
Oh,
Lots
like a
of
pulled
pork.
pork, or is it more like a pork chop? Or
I will.
Sandwich.
I'm just.
sorry.
I was. I'm gonna keep an eye on the glowing light. Watch for it to change, or like as we're approaching anything about it, or under it, what could be making the source of it, anything like that I can see.
Sure. As you get closer to it, we're gonna sort of just keep progressing.
But I have more questions about sandwiches.
Just DM me. I'll give you the caveat on that.
As you're getting closer, the light becomes less intense but more concentrated. It's no longer this sort of gleaming light on the horizon. It's now a more distinct spot, and it's still bright and it's still visible, but it isn't like it would be if like it was an immensely bright, blinding at the source. Like if it was holding the same intensity, it should be getting brighter and brighter and brighter as you were walking towards it. And it's not quite doing that. You can still see it. It's still holding the same position. Like, the road is curved and twisted some, but it's holding a relatively fixed position. So it doesn't seem like it's moving around on the horizon or anything. Yeah. And, from anything you can tell, it does seem like it's at the location for the Temple of Iteriana. And that
perhaps if we get a bit closer, maybe we should sneak, be a bit more stealthy. What do you say?
Absolutely.
I'm real good at sneaking.
As a Kakapo, my stealth is very good. I'm small. I blend in with the terrain.
I'm a rogue. I can sneak.
I can turn invisible for 6 seconds.
It's more of a... I think we have longer than that to get there.
Yeah. So would you like to say it was about a 2.5 hour journey? Would you like to like switch to a slow pace at around the half an hour out? Which would
I would suggest it, yeah.
Which would extend that to probably about an hour then in, but you would be able to be very careful, like checking perception, very stealthy, etc.
Yep.
Sounds smart.
And I'll constantly be checking, and I also want to be racking my brains to see if I get that sound.
Okay, cool. So we'll advance to now. You've been traveling for about 2 hours. This is about the time that you should slow down if you're wanting to go cautiously. In order to be less obvious and kind of also slow down, you're probably going to get off the road. You'll follow the trail of the road, but you're going to move sort of through the brush, just a little bit of screening cover. So why doesn't everyone go ahead and give me a stealth check if they want to move stealthily? And anyone who wants to be keeping a lookout for stuff, go ahead and give me a perception check. A lot of 14s. There's just a lot of 14s. Okay, Elda got a 14 for stealth. Clover got a 21 for stealth. Goldie got a 14 for stealth. And Avid got a 19 for stealth. So the group feels like they're actually moving very stealthily. moving sort of very quietly through the brush. It's still daylight, so you're not doing this to be like invisible or anything. This isn't like you're sneaking up in a night op, but someone just looking at the road would not see you. And you also feel like actually you're moving well enough that someone casually traveling along the road who wasn't specifically looking for someone would not think you were there. As for perception checks, another 14 for Goldie, 15 for Clover, 7 for Umvid, and a 14 for Eldo. Jesus, you just rolled 8 rolls, half of which were 14s.
Crazy.
And it was the same 2 people. 2 people rolled 2 14s.
I rolled 3 14s if you look at the frickin' disadvantage part of
2
it.
of them on.
And a 15.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
Roll20 is not known for their statistically accurate dice roll.
yeah, but it's also, I mean, for Rachel's sake, that's a better clustering than she often gets.
Yeah.
I'm sympathizing.
It may sound like shade.
Yeah, you're not really seeing anything. There's still no one on the road. You actually started this last hour of travel, which would have been the sort of half an hour at normal pace, but with your caution and having gotten off the road. It's kind of where the road splits off. There's a turning that goes to the temple, and then the other one continues up further north. And as you're moving, you're not seeing anyone. This does feel a little odd. Given that this is the sort of celebration, the Saints Festival, or the deity festival of Eteriana, you would have expected someone on the road, especially at this point. And so this feels a little weird now. It's not, none of you have necessarily gone to this temple before, so maybe you could be wrong, but you just kind of figured, like, you know, Clover and Goldie go into town for it. You would have thought that maybe the more religiously inspired would have gone to this temple. But you're feeling good about how you're moving and how stealthily this is. You're feeling good about the pace that you're making. Umvid, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
God damn, we are so unwise.
Yep, that's crit fail.
That's crit fail. You're racking your brain. You're trying to drop back in your memories. For what that sound is, but your mind just keeps turning to time spent with your family and time spent with your brother, and you're remembering sitting and having dinner with him, and sitting and there's something bothering you, and you're trying to think about it, and he sort of looks at you and he goes, "What are you thinking about?"
I was just thinking how great it is to spend some time with you.
Yeah, it's nice. You know you'll have to do something in order to make it possible again.
To make what possible?
Spending time with me like this.
Yes. What do I need to do?
The revival.
The revival.
Revival.
What? How do I do it? Where do I do it?
You'll know. You're going
Will
there.
you be there? Will you be there?
I'm not sure. I'm your memory after all.
But you're okay.
I'm your memory. And then you hear the crackling of the fire and the sound of a kitchen being cleaned, and sort of the clinking of bowls and the crackling of the fire. The sound, and Eldo was shaking, and then there was the sound of fire crackling. And you sort of shake yourself awake as you sort of bump into a tree, as you're making your way through the forest. And yeah, that's you now have pieced together that was the sound you were hearing. That everyone else sort of seemed to be reacting to the shouts, but you could hear a sound of burning. And to be clear, from the festival plaza and the sound of shouting, which was even sort of drowning that out, and the fact that you were able to hear it at all implies that was a lot of burning.
Okay. And I'll kind of startle, or, after I smack into the tree, I'm sure people noticed. And I just saw, I remembered, I heard fire, and I talked to my brother just now, and the revival. Does anyone know what? We have to do something.
How'd you talk to your brother? He's not like right here. I go somewhere?
Like a vision.
Oh, so it wasn't real.
Right.
You're just like hallucinating.
Does the revival mean anything to me?
Or myself?
Also, this feels very Final Fantasy VII, the reunion. Just want to throw that into the mix.
That doesn't stand out as meaning anything to you in particular. To Eldo, outside of the normal meaning of the word revival, and I might say that you might piece together that there were a lot of dead bodies, and if this internal thing was saying what we need is the revival. Okay. And to Eldo, this would seem potentially relevant of, even though it's not necessarily her most celebrated tales of her, Aetiriana is a goddess of healing. And certainly miracles around bringing people back to life would be within her domain and within the domain of clerics that serve her. So this might be that's kind of where your mind jumps to first. This could also explain, as you think about it now, maybe that helps explain the light that you're seeing, if something is going on magically at the temple. But you're not sure. But that also...
I'll tell everyone where my mind jumps to.
He said that I have to do this if I am to see him again. And he said, we're going there. We're going there.
Yeah.
Are we about to become necromancers? Because, I mean...
necromancers get a bad rap.
It's about to get necromantic up in here.
But
Mom always said make friends.
Make friends or make zombies.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Why not?
But yeah, as you now sort of clear the tree line, also please enjoy the cat over my shoulder.
Kitty.
As you clear the tree line, Eldo, actually, who's sort of be in the lead?
I would probably be toward the front.
Okay. As you sort of clear the tree line, thinking about all this, you now see, you're pretty sure the source of the light you've come to the temple, which is a large sort of building. This temple is built on the resting place of Aetiriana. It's the reason that it's sort of the largest temple to her. And over it, overall, is a dome of white light. It's slightly transparent, but it is glowing, obviously, like it is giving off light. And you can see the temple sort of through it. And then around it, there are 4 pillars, one in the north, the south, the east, and the west. Each of which is sort of glowing with a very similar light.
The pillars are part of the temple or part of the magic?
They're outside the magic. They're outside the dome, but they are, at least Eldo would know, they're always there. The dome is not.
There's only 4 pillars, too.
Yes.
Is that what
One
you
in
said?
each of the cardinal directions.
Hey.
Have I been here before?
Quite possibly, yeah. It's not obviously it's not a far journey, and even if you're not an adherent of that particular cult or particularly devout, it's a large temple.
Okay.
Any of you may have been here before. But yeah, so the pillars are part of the temple complex, but they are currently outside this dome. Yeah, what would you like to do? You do not see or hear anyone.
And we're sneaking around. Yes, or
Mm-hmm.
Um,
can we sneak in the place?
Did somebody do a perception check to see if there's any people or things around on the outside that we can see?
You don't see anyone really obviously. You could make a perception check. No one has at this point.
I
can I
think
do
would like to.
investigation?
I would not like to do that.
What would you be investigating for?
Good job, Goldie. Well done.
It's better than 10.
Yeah. As far as investigation, I mean, really, it's probably perception, because I would just be looking to see, can I see anybody?
Yeah.
Do I see any cracks in the light? Is there anything? Are there any unusual places in it that might look like entrance?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sort of.
That's probably more of a perception, I'd say. Goldie, with your 12 perception, you're not seeing or hearing anyone, and this is Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That's a fumble.
Oh my God.
I'm rubbing
Another
off
crit.
on you.
Yes, you are.
Sorry.
Get him out now. Get him out now. It's all good.
Yeah,
We've had so many this game.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Heather just had 2 in a row.
Yeah. I just walk right into it, black my face.
So you're Goldie. Deal with that one. Deal with the fumble in a second. You do not see or hear any people, and this is weird. This is certainly weird. This is, it's not like it's a temple city or anything, but it's a largish temple. There should be people going through. There should almost certainly be services going on. This is kind of their day. So this is bizarre. This is moving to bizarre. Umvid, God, what do I even do with that perception? You are looking around, and the globe or the dome is just sort of white. You don't see any cracks or any real gaps in it, but you do see some discoloration, sort of right across from one of the pillars, that you think could be an entrance.
I would poke it with my rapier. See if anything happens.
Sort of the dome. Okay. Your rapier circles and stops at the dome. You do also, now looking at this and having poked it with your rapier and having stood there, realize that the discoloration that you were seeing was the shadow being cast by one of the pillars on the dome.
Awesome.
Can I cast spider climb on myself and climb the dome? It's hard enough to like. Is it a surface that I can
So if you
climb?
go up to it and touch it, you can sort of get a sense of whether that would be true.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that first.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
kind of
It-
touch it.
It feels solid.
Wait, as you're going, okay. I was like, as you go up to try to touch it, I'm definitely gonna try to give you a little bit of resistance here.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
sounds like you're okay.
It feels solid. It's neither
I'm gonna-
warm nor cold.
I'm gonna climb this thing and see what's on top. See if there's like a hole. See if there's anything around it. So yeah, I cast spider climb on myself, burning a 2nd level spell slot.
Whoa.
So you go.
What's the point of being a caster if you don't use your spells?
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you make your way up it. It goes up about like 40 feet, sort of at the top of it, because it covers over the entire temple. And you get up to the top. There's no hole in the top of it. But you can kind of see now that you're up there, you can see there's actually a slight almost line of light coming from each of the pillars to the top of the dome.
I will kind of shout this information down and just kind of walk around, like since I can just kind of walk on the surface, like just kind of walk around and do a full like perimeter, kind of up high, but like enough on the edge that I can see down and like check to see if there's anything as I'm going that might look different on any of the pillars or...
Very good.
If
Give me a
there's-
perception check.
17.
17. You can see on the inside faces of the pillars, the ones that are sort of facing into the dome. Down more at the bottom, you can see small alcoves in each of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll spider climb myself back down and I'll say there's alcoves in the pillars and then investigate one of them, the closest one to me. The alcove.
Alcoves.
Yeah,
Sure.
like maybe we can place something or I don't know. Let's see what they look like.
Give me a d4 roll just to see which one you're coming down nearest.
I would have circled back to the group, so whichever direction we approached
South.
south.
Yeah, so you sort of hop down. Well, actually, no, you don't even need to hop. You just casually walk down perpendicular to the ground. Or parallel to the ground. I love how it specifies that you can like do this and you can do this without leaving your hands free, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah. The challenge with that is not like the stickiness or gripping to the surface. It's like the core strength to do this. Just
Yeah.
only fixed to your feet.
It's magic.
Yeah, like I like how spider climb sounds like it's
My-
about climbing. It's really
my
about
physical
really good core
fitness-
strength.
Is only 36% and declining though.
It's getting you're sort of like as you get down and you go and sort of the group gathers around you, you see there's a small alcove. And there's a gem inside that's glowing with a faint, soft white light. And like it's a clear gem, but it contains a soft white light. And in the alcove behind it, there's a picture of a figure laying on a funeral pyre.
Yee.
So something dead or ashes of something that's died? Like, should we...
Can I go investigate another one of these pillars?
Sure.
Yeah, you
if
sharing
there's
it with all of us that you're seeing these things?
Different.
Yeah, we would have gathered. I came back down next
Yeah.
to y'all, said there
Okay.
was an alcove, said I was
Yeah,
going to investigate it.
I
so
remember that part.
yeah, that happened.
Okay, so
which one do you wanna go
I'll
to,
go
Andy?
to I'll go
go
to another
east.
pillar as well.
So you'll go east, you'll go west, I assume? Or are you trying to split up or stay
West.
together? West?
Stupid SpongeBob joke, and I'm sorry. Yes, I'll go
Says
west.
west. So yeah, Andy, you go to the eastern pillar. Rachel, you go to the western pillar. Both of you find a clear gem with a soft white light sort of set on it in the alcove, and then in the back, a small picture. Andy, you see a picture of a village. It looks like. With a figure sort of standing taller than the rest of the people, with sort of light glowing from their hands. And Rachel, you see an image of a figure standing with their hands glowing, and you see like land healing in front of them. Like the land directly by them has healthy trees and grasses, and then further from them is just broken ground, cracked, arid looking.
I don't like a gardener or something. There's
These
also like a gem. Should we grab the gems? Is that what we're doing?
Wait, like, let's check
Maybe
the
not
north
yet.
one too.
Well, I'm not grabbing it yet. I'm just asking if I should grab this gardener gem. That's
check
fine,
the north
fine.
pillar, and also, aren't what was the story of like the north, south, east, like the directions you're supposed to go on the festival to honor the deity?
And so to the north, again, you see an alcove that has a stone in it, clear stone with soft glowing white light, and a depiction of a child holding a dragon hatchling. And yes, these are the 4 stories that form the traditional cycle of Itiriana, who, as a child in the north, helped raise a white dragon hatchling. As a youngster, traveled to the east and helped cure a halfling village of pestilence. In the west, pushed back the blight and reclaimed lands, and then eventually died in the south, and where she was placed upon a funeral pyre at this location.
So maybe we have to do it in the order of Itiriana's story. So like take the north gem.
East, west, south.
I feel like I wouldn't really know that story very well, but
Well, I'm yelling this
you
to
could
you.
just tell me what to do.
We'll tell you the story.
So just tell me when to take my gardener gem.
Okay, I'll go. Where's MV? Still at the south?
Yeah.
Okay, so whoever went to the north pillar.
I don't think we actually
You-
determined that.
You're
Someone
at
was
the
just like,
north
we
pillar.
should look at the
Okay,
north.
I wanted to use spider climb again anyway, so I walked up and then
I
across and
think
then
you were
down.
the one who went to the north.
Okay.
So
So I went to the north.
Yep.
Okay, so I will try to take the gem out of the pillar on the north side.
You pull the gem out of the pillar, and you see the sort of this pillar, the top of it, the light dims from it. And
We
it's
need a
still,
Star Wars power and shield generator.
yeah, still, and the gem is still just sort of glowing in your hand. It's slightly warm. That's about it.
Well, I have the north pillar, so east is next.
How far away are we from each other with these pillars?
You're probably a good 120 feet across, sort of between. So
Sure.
shoutable, certainly.
Sure. In that case, I'll grab the one from the east side.
And again, the sort of the light at the top of the pillar will dim. The gem is in your hand. It's just sort of still clear, glowing with a faint white light, and is slightly warm.
do I
All right,
take
I'll
the
head
gem
down
yet?
to the south side and have
Do I take my
Umvi
gem?
pause until
Clover?
Yes,
until we get
yes.
to Goldie.
Do the
Do I
last
take my
one.
gem?
Do the last one. That's
I'm
you.
the last one? Is something
West.
weird gonna happen when I take the last one?
I run to Goldie and say, "You're at the west, right? So west is
Yeah.
next. Take your gem, and then I'll."
I thought
I
I
don't
was
know.
last. I don't think the other one's been done. I thought I was supposed to be last. Am I not last?
No, it's north, east, west, south.
Oh, is it news again? It was news the last time we were doing something to Tia. I remember this. I remember
Oh,
this spelled news.
Interesting.
Oh.
I pointed it out last time. That Goldie's
Goldie did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goldie did.
Always like, that was definitely intentional. Intentional for the whole campaign. All of Tyr.
Everything
news is
about
important.
Tyr
I mean,
is
maybe
about
it is.
It's about
Maybe
you.
it is.
Anyway, I cast Mage Hand and I have my little pixies work the gem out.
That works. The top of the pillar will go sort of dim. The pixies could report to you that it feels slightly warm. They are also
They
now
say it feels
furiously wiping it
Supposed to
down.
feel warm? Don't worry, I'm cleaning it. They're cleaning it for us. It'll be good.
All right, Envid, I'll give you a bit of resistance here in case something happens on this last one, but let's do it.
Thank you. And I'll take the gem.
Very good. You pull the gem out. You see the light fade from that, and as it does, you see from the top of the dome the light sort of fade and fall, and it's like the dome melts away.
I
And
wish
now
I'd been sitting on top of the dome. Wish I'd climbed it and then.
Oh shit! Unexpected consequences. Yeah, but now you can see the temple in front of you.
I gotta step away for like 1 minute. Less, like 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
You're good.
Quick, let's solve everything.
Well, I was gonna.
I cast Better the Dying.
On whom?
Me.
On Clover.
There's
'cause
no
she
living
just
creature with 0 hit
26.
points.
Oh, well, fine then.
Oh.
Well, the next thing I was going to describe will probably be easier. Lisa's also here.
She said only 20 seconds, so she should be back
Yeah,
any second.
But that's what I
now.
mean. I'm like, I think I'm just gonna wait.
And so as a brief aside, so I've got everything from my laptop going through my headphones, through my mic, but Discord sounds and Roll20 sounds are still coming out of my laptop speakers.
That's super
That's weird.
It's weird because I have everything disabled in Roll20, and I thought I did in Discord.
That's
But
very odd. Without that addition, I could have. I would have an idea of what to troubleshoot, and that might still be valid, but I don't know why it would be playing sounds if it shouldn't be. So the thing I will say though is, so you all sort of, I assume, gathered around where Envied was taking this, and the dome of light has fallen. You have access to the temple, and Eldo, you look down, and there's an emerald in your hand.
Not the white gem.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm trying to think who was where. Clover, there's a diamond clearly in your hand. Like the gem has actually changed shape slightly. It is no longer glowing at all. Goldie, you were holding an amethyst. And Envied, you were holding a ruby.
Did you guys notice these things change colors?
I have an emerald. Good. Good.
I've got whatever this is.
Amethyst.
Pretty.
I believe.
I have a ruby.
Yeah.
That's a good stone too.
Really changed color. It stayed clear, but it's definitely a diamond now.
Oh. Should we sell
Beautiful.
them? I guess there's probably not like a
No.
market for it right now. I don't know if that's like anger and a
Right
god.
now, no.
Maybe we have other things on our
Right.
plate and we should move forward. I get it. Pretend I said nothing.
Perhaps.
Is this Rachel or Goldie?
Maybe both.
Is the dome down and now accessible to the temple?
Yeah. Dome is gone.
Beautiful. Folks, I think we're here. I think this is our path. What'd you say? Into the breach?
We.
Vámonos.
You go inside the temple. You push open the doors. There's a faint scent of incense hanging in the air. But again, there is no one present. Candles are lit. Incense hangs in the air. You see... sorry. It's fine. You feel just slightly a pulse of warmth from the main altar, which is located in the center of the room. And around it, you can see again this kind of luminescent shield guarding it. And looking around the room, you can see depictions of Itiriana. And again, you see these 4 stories depicted. A young with a dragon hatchling, the halfling village with the blighted lands, and with her funeral pyre. There's also like pews arranged around the altar, a ceremonial fountain, a donation box, a large box of like tapers for lighting, and yeah.
I feel like I would immediately, as soon as we walked in, just go, hello!
Hello.
Hello?
Oh. Just sort of echoes back to you.
Oh, I sound much softer when I echo. That's surprising.
At the locations where like the stories are depicted again, is there anywhere to like put the gems again?
Yes, there do seem to be. In each of them, there's a small... In each of them, they're missing a part, it looks like. There's a gap on the dragon. There's a gap in the sort of cloud over the village. There's a gap in the blighted lands. And then there's a gap in the sky in the southern picture.
Do we return the stones in the proper order that we had them, or do we match the color with what it should be? Is this a red dragon by any chance?
It was a white dragon.
It was a white dragon.
But then white would also make sense for clouds, which
And
was...
the funeral pyre would be the ruby, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which is, I think...
Or, no, it's fine. We're going to put the gems back. Mm-hmm.
And what else do we have? An amethyst, a ruby, a diamond, an emerald.
That was restoring the land? No,
I mean, the emerald's going to go to the gardener, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are we putting them back in the order that we had? Because the emerald would be on the east side, which was the town of halflings. Or do we put it with the color that makes the most sense? That's what I'm asking.
I would say you'd put them with the picture that they came from. So maybe that would be the amethyst goes with the gardener then.
Perhaps then.
It's a mystery.
I mean, we can try it one way, and if nothing happens, we try...
What if something bad happens? What if like everything starts to fill with sand and we all drown in sand?
Great.
Sand. Why would you say
Let
that?
it be over. Not the game. Sorry, I want to be very clear. I'm having a great time playing this game. That was just the 2020 mood coming out too strong.
I understood the world weariness of Elise plus Elise character in that one. I did not take that personally.
As soon as I said it, I was like, no, wait, bring it back.
And Rachel just talks way too much, even as characters, so it's fine. I get it.
What would you like to do?
Try an order first.
Yeah, I think I should give the amethyst to the gardener.
All right. Let's do it in order. So that would be...
You first.
Child. North.
Ruby first? North?
No, Ruby was south.
Ruby was south.
You were
So
in north, so...
No, you were north.
Diamond. Yeah, you were at least.
Who's Elise?
Remember, it's news.
Okay, I guess I was north, so I go to the dragon and I put the diamond into the dragon spot.
As you do that, it sort of...
spot? I'm sorry, what?
The spot, I believe.
Spot?
Spot.
S-P-O-T.
I straight up heard I put the diamond into the dragon spot. I'm sorry.
If it's Galway, I need to know canonically where the emerald or where the diamond fits into this dragon.
Sort of on
if
its
it's not
flank.
its butt, I'm a little disappointed, but
At least it wasn't jade.
On it.
As you do this, the diamond almost melts in and sort of takes on a white sheen. And now the dragon, which had sort of been empty before, is depicted as a white dragon hatchling.
Well, that worked pretty good because it's definitely.
All right. I'll put the emerald in on the east one.
It melts away,
halfling.
and you see that while it's clouds, it's depicting the pestilence. You would say that Itiriana is banishing specifically, but yeah, it melts in, and now there's sort of this green ichor cloud hovering above the village.
Amethyst next.
You place
Sure.
it in
The gardener.
Whose butt do I stick it in?
The gardener. The spot.
Oh,
Spot.
spot. Yeah. So I stick
Spot.
the amethyst, and well, my mage hand does.
It's been very thoroughly polished.
Yes, it's very shiny.
You push it in, and it just sort of melts into the blighted lands, and show the sort of cracks of purple energy coming up from the blight.
Are things supposed to get worse when you stick it in?
I don't know. The ruby's time.
Okay. Feels
We're
weird.
gonna find out. I take my shield off my neck as well and put it on my arm at this point.
And the ruby is in.
Okay, you see it melt back in, and now the flames reaching up, tinting the sky, are a brilliant red. And near the center of the room, you hear click. And you can see the donation box. The top of it has swung open.
Oh,
Is this all just a plea to get us to donate to the church? I don't need to pay tithes.
I go and I'm like, wait, the
10%, whatever you have.
like, can I just look
I'll
inside?
go up and
Yeah, it's on sort of, it's like a chest level table for, okay, a chest level table for a human, belly button for you, I guess.
I'll
Yeah,
go up and put 3 silver in it.
You look down into this, and you see a small amber-colored crystal.
Is it an egg?
It is not.
I pictured the gems coming out of the alcoves as big egg-shaped. It's like,
We should have tried to hatch everything. Yeah, having not, being Clover and not Minnow, I have no idea what an amber gem could possibly signify. And I, the last time that we encountered gems, we had to remove them. Do we take this? And I kind of like, as I think I would like to say, as I pick, can I pick this box up? Or is it like,
No, it's kind of
nailed
mounted down into the pedestal.
Okay. I would have like showed you, and I would have enjoyed if being able to show you. That's when Eldo clinks in the 3 silvers.
What's the amber shaped like?
What?
What's the amber shaped like?
What's
It's a hunk.
it's not an egg.
Chunk.
Not an egg. It's sort of
Is it an amber heart?
sort of a jagged crystalline shape, almost like a spike.
Can I reach in and take it, or is it stuck in there somehow?
If you're reaching in to take it, you take it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'll be like, brace yourselves, and I pull it out.
You pull it
I
out.
just crouch, and the pixies just all swarm around me and like fly all around to make sure that I'm protected.
On the altar, you can see a small hole has appeared in the sort of luminescent shielding above, just sort of a bowl on the altar.
I go, watch this, and I toss it.
Give me a
Can I
dexterity attack.
cast Radiant to then guide it gently, like try and catch it and guide it gently into wherever she was throwing it?
I really just want this to be a nat 20. Like, come on.
I know, but
I've never needed anything like this. Okay.
16.
Can I not do the thing?
You sort of deploy supportive pixies, but the aim was good. The aim was good.
Deploy supportive pictures.
You'll sort of see it go like,
True.
ting. And as it hits this metal sort of it's that shape that's like between a bowl and a plate, right? Where it's sort of, it's concave, but it's very wide. Here, and the dome shatters around the altar, and then you hear a rumbling.
Uh-oh.
And as you stand there, you see the altar roll backwards slightly, revealing a set of stairs.
Well, see, if I had walked up there to put that down, I could have gotten run over by a rolling
You missed falling through an evaporating dome, plummeting downstairs.
Good.
What can I say? A very safe character.
Peer down those stairs. See if I could see anything.
They go down a ways. It's difficult to see past, like there's very little light down there. You can see sort of at the edge of where you can see, your vision sort of lapses into darkness, and then just a little bit past that, you can past the area you can't see, you can see the flicker of torchlight sort of further down a passage from there. I may not be explaining it that well, but
I think I get it. Well, I think our path is pretty clear.
Anybody got any lights or anything?
I can cast dark vision once on one of us.
I mean, I have dark vision. I'm a goblin. I just
Really? I Clover was saying that to be like, I'd never noticed. Yeah, I mean, we probably all have torches in our like explorers packs and shit. So I'll pull a
I
torch
also
out of
have
my explorer
blind
pack.
sight within a range of 10 feet. So
Nice.
oh yeah, you have the blind fighting one.
If everyone
I
can see
absolutely
the,
took blind fighting because that's amazing. So
nice, yeah. If everyone can see in the dark except for Furbolg, maybe you
Cast it on
that
yourself?
spell,
Yeah.
so we can move a bit quieter, stealthier without light.
Okay, that's my other second level spell slot.
I'm sure we won't need it. It's fine.
should I go in front
fine.
since I can kind of see without seeing
fine.
for a while? Is that weird? That also means that
I can
if
Move
it says
front.
that I can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if I'm blinded or in darkness, and I can see an invisible creature within that range unless they successfully hide from me.
Yeah, you're in front.
So I think I would go in front.
Just like, never mind. No, not me.
Sorry.
Off you go.
My knees are shaking though as I do it. So
Goldie,
I've got
you
some
got this.
stabilizing pixies on my knees, just trying to help. You know.
Give you a thumbs up. The voice is with.
As we're
Thanks.
going down, I am going to cast one of my side eye to do psychic whispers, which here, I don't know how to put it in the chat.
If it's a class feature on your thing, there should be a roll it, like there's a chat.
There it is. Okay. And so I would link to Eldo and Clover. Sorry, Goldie. I can only do 2. And you're a little chatty.
Oh, how dare you! How
Probably doesn't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'll tell both of you guys in
Like,
advance
so
that-
anyway, guys, these are the other things that I was thinking. Is where,
I just sorry, Goldie chatting in my head all the time.
I feel like somewhere
can
in
you hear
another
me there? If I think this out loud, can you hear me? Does this go into your mind? Is this okay?
in another place and time, Charity. Oh, I should have thought about that before I gave this to Burbage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I
Message
rolled
get to Charity. You don't have to do that.
So for an hour, we can.
Oh wait, that was supposed to be a D6, not a D4. Can I just re-roll it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not the DM. I'm just
Of course. What does the one mean then?
It lasts for 1 hour.
that was
1 hour.
beautiful.
I'm really glad that the puzzles that I created for you did not involve you needing to roll for shit.
Right.
Oh my God.
Because I would just be waiting for Elise to be like, I have the solution. I just need the dice to validate my character being able to figure this out.
Never. It would
Damn
never
it.
happen.
Yeah, so you're heading down. It's about a 45-foot passageway going down on an angle.
Can we be
sneaky? Yeah, everybody can give me a stealth check.
I'm occasionally just going boo to see psychically see if I can get someone to jump.
Not gonna get Veed to jump.
on feed?
So 13 for Eldo, nat 20, 26 for Umvid, 10 for Clover, so you made yourself jump. And Goldie's moving very well as a 23 because she doesn't need to see. So Goldie, you're going forward. You're all moving pretty carefully and stealthily. Occasionally behind you, you hear Clover go very quietly, boo. And then seem to realize, like, oh shit, said that out loud. Goldie, as you're moving forward, you can now see flickering torchlight sort of at a landing. And could you give me a wisdom saving throw?
Sure. That's gone really well for all of us so far.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, that is.
There we go.
Nope.
Oh, that was bad. Never mind.
That's a 7.
Okay.
Why can't we
I
make
still
a
haven't had to do a
wisdom
wisdom save, so Clover's just
The number for
blessedly
this
unaware.
is a 10. It wasn't hard. I've called 5 of these, I think. Jesus.
look
It's fine.
through any of my things? I'm like, can I do anything? No,
It's cool.
I cannot.
As you pass through this sort of the darkest portion of this, you can still see you're okay. And you remember a night when it was very dark and you were sitting in the forest with your mother and talking about why you had been kicked out of the tribe and asking, why? Because they were scared. They didn't like what we did. So they got rid of us. That's what they did to the town, too. They were scared. So they got rid of it.
Who was they?
I'm sorry, little one, but I'm just your memory.
Yeah, I know you're dead.
Yeah, I am.
I miss you.
Miss you too. But be careful, okay?
Always. Well, sometimes, but I will this time.
Fair enough. And you're back walking down a series of stairs. You almost miss a step from this sort of phasing out, and you catch yourself.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna hold up a hand to stop everybody,
Okay.
and I'm gonna say, like, I see torches up ahead. This is my whisper voice. I see torches up ahead,
Okay.
and also, you know how, like, you were talking to your brother, but you weren't really talking to your brother?
Yes.
Well, I was just talking to my dead mom, which is impossible because she's dead. But she said that just like our goblin tribe kicked us out because they were afraid of us, she said they destroyed the town because they were afraid of them. And I don't know who they is. She says she couldn't tell me because she wasn't real. So this could just be the ravings of my brain going insane. But I just thought I would share that with you. And also there's lights. So I don't know if we wanted to, like, I don't know. I don't really have, like, an option. I could keep going ahead a little bit to try and see if I see anything.
Clover, your father says to you, it's not just her mind. Could you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Elise's like, I didn't do anything though.
She said she did.
Come on, our first pass. Nope.
Oh!
How can we not get past a 10 on a wisdom save?
I have a +5.
Oh my gosh.
So good.
This is fabulous.
Okay.
Do I have advantage for some reason?
No. After you did that, I cast resistance.
Because okay, so
Just in case.
I saw the 5 modifier before, like it filled in the number, and I'm like, these are good. You're standing.
Not tonight, they're not.
You're standing in the
tonight.
woods with your father. He's been teaching you how to find like good lumber for wood carving, the things sort of to look for, the qualities. No, it's not just the ravings of her mind. It's within her mind, yes, but it's not ravings, certainly. Oh, just to comfort you, it's not just ravings in your mind either.
What is it then?
Trying to work out the answer to a problem that you don't currently know. You can see the outside of it, but you can't see the inside of the shape of it. It's like looking at these trees and trying to figure out the quality of the lumber within. It doesn't matter if the tree's nice looking on the outside. We need the grain to be correct for what we need to make. You have to look within. You have to figure it out within yourself. You have the outsides of the problem, but getting to the inside will matter.
Can I insight check myself?
Sure, why the fuck not?
I love it.
Oh, sure, you
23.
rolled well on the roll that we're like, the fuck are we doing with this?
Oh, hello, cat. Oh my gosh. This cat looks
Perfect.
like a kitten. Our
is
cat,
the
the
baby.
big fluffy one. So
Kitty.
cute.
She doesn't like me to hold her.
I just have that one.
Yeah, so I'm trying to like follow the thread of what this memory of my father is saying, like puzzling out by like kind of a meditative like dwelling on what he has said to me in this memory version, not actually just the ravings of my mind version of him, to see if there's something like within me that is like speaking to me like about
Yeah, okay.
what the situation.
And a 23 on that insight. You think back to when you first woke up and you tried to remember what happened, and you think that's what this is. Some part of you is still trying to find the answer to what you must have seen, what must have happened, because you yourself identified like, well, okay, we saw Eldo and then just nothing. There's got to be something. Did we just skip through time? Did something else happen? Did like you've even sort of pitched ideas backwards and forwards, and you think that this is something within you trying to use these memories that you have to pull something forward, to make something more obvious or more apparent about what you remembered.
When you say something within me, do you mean my brain working subconsciously, or do you mean something outside me that has invaded in some way?
I mean
into
you
me?
subconsciously. I mean the normal process of memory seems to not have worked. Some
Okay.
part of you that is looking for answers is trying to bridge those gaps using material that it had at hand.
Right. Okay. So, and I'm back kind of in the present with everybody.
Yes, and now you're standing there with Goldie sort of like, so lights, what do?
Can we pause on the stairs for a second and gather round? And I point to Eldo, when you had like a memory flashback kind of thing, or like when has someone from your past or whatever like talk to you, like the brother or like the mom? Have you had something like that?
I did. I felt something from my past that someone I knew. Yes.
And did they say something to you?
No. No, they just left me.
Okay. And when it was you, Goldie, it was your mom, but it was a memory of your mom.
Yeah, because my dead, remember?
Yeah. And then when it was you, MV, it was your brother, but again, it was a memory of your brother.
Is her brother
So,
dead?
is
that unkind?
father alive?
I'm sorry.
Is your father alive?
Is my father alive? I'm making. I just want to know if it matters to you, Galway, the way that we just played my memory.
No,
before
it does
I
not.
answer. Okay. Then yes, I'll say yes. Yeah. Yeah, he is. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but he's alive. And so, okay, here's what, and I'll kind of tell you all what I've kind of gleaned from my conversation and like looking inside and like this insight thing. Do we think there's something to be gained from like all of us actively trying to remember in some way, like that? If we like spend some time, like what if all of us just sit here and like nod off for a few minutes, take a little snooze and see if our like subconscious brain kicks anything up in dreams? Or I don't know, I'm just throwing out ideas, but do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, is there something we can do to like jog our memory? Because I think we all know more
That's
than
not what
we
you're
think
saying.
we do.
Well, that's possible. I don't feel comfortable sitting around a stairway. I want to
We
go.
could do it one at a time or two at a time and have two keep watch.
How do we jog our memories? Do we just like hit each other over the head?
Rather
Meditate.
not.
Meditate.
Yeah, that's not really a thing I'm good at.
Think real hard.
Eldo,
Think really hard.
your squad commander. The hell do you
Damn
mean
it.
stairway? And you feel the sand beneath your feet.
Ah,
And you
shit.
see the Forian invaders. They've made the shore. They're coming up. And you know that you're going to go over the top. And you know that the young man beside you is, and you know that the arrow will come, and you know that you'll drop the sword, and you know that you will run. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, Andy. We're 0 for
Elsa
like
with plus
7
5.
wisdom saves.
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
It's an 8
How?
total.
How do we?
Oh my
Okay.
God.
The funny
You
thing
said
was,
it
I was
easy.
I was debating in my mind. I'm like, okay, do I want to lower the DC or do I want to give you all advantage because you'd gotten to this point of figuring this out? And I was like, and again, I saw the +5. I'm like, it's probably not going to matter. The actual fuck. I'm in 2 of your main stats. Okay. I am going to say with the jogging of this, we lowered the DC a little bit. Because advantage felt a little bit too powerful. Over the top. Off he goes. You go after him. The arrow comes. You drop your soup ladle. It's not a sword. The soup ladle clangs onto the stone of the square as they're sweeping in. People are screaming, falling, Give me one more wisdom save. As you look at the Forian invaders.
Above a 10, above a 10, above a 10, above a 10.
Oh
My God!
It's crit fail.
How? How did you crit fail that? It just isn't possible.
What is this?
This is like Friday the 13th is catching up with us a week late because, like basically, Friday the 13th also was having a terrible 2020. And so it was like, I'll get out of bed for this one, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow.
I just go like numb, just
Catatonic.
Okay, sorry for the
You lowered
podcast,
the
and I don't know
DC
if
so
anyone
that-
said it. That was a fumble. I literally took my headphones off and took a brief walk around my room because what the fuck is even happening?
Did you want the story to ever progress, Galway? Did you want that?
oh, of course not.
You look at the Forians and the sort of disjointedness of the memory now is too much, and you sort of snap back to yourself.
I happened again.
What did you
Had a
see?
vision.
I just want to point out Debbie suggests we use our real dice now, and I might just go get mine.
Not a
I
bad
have mine
idea.
right here.
I've got some.
I don't think it'd help me.
Yeah, I don't roll any better with real dice.
I was
for
gonna say, you just
sure.
told us a story about how that's not gonna help you, Rachel.
It's true, but I have them. Oh,
I'm
my
gonna think.
God.
I tell people what I saw. I saw Forian invaders coming to our town. There's people
that
from
like
a
a-
distant land.
So
Was there a war with?
there was a
four-
war with Forian about 80 years or so prior to this. And I would say that because you had the war service background, right, Andy?
Yes.
People, if you knew around town, might know that Brother Eldo had served in the military. It was a very brief conflict. Forian forces landed. They attempted to essentially claim that Greenwoods was their territory. It went badly for them. The army, and particularly the Blight Wardens, essentially just slaughtered them before they made any progress inland. But there's been absolutely no signs of any hostility. There are trade agreements. There's, nothing has happened since. And basically, from what he's saying, it does sound like the memories are kind of clashing with each other.
So what does this mean? If I think more metaphorically about it, it's. I had a vision of a person who took an arrow for me, saved me. Did someone else save us in this moment? That we were spared when everyone around us was dying? I don't know. I don't know. My head's
Was it
jumbled.
This lady that the temple's about? Could she have saved us?
Or are we supposed to look inside this temple too?
I mean, I
Look-
think so. I think that's why we're here, and it's in its bowels. Do temples have bowels? Is that not the right word? I'm sorry.
I mean, if we're supposed to be looking inside ourselves, we're doing that same thing right now. Maybe we find out what's at the end of this path.
Can I just?
I mean, I'm happy to scout ahead a bit.
Also,
Yeah,
J-Step in chat
I'll-
points out that the group is going to begin rolling negative numbers.
I'll follow the group, but I'm going to be thinking really, really hard trying to remember what happened. Like, I'm just going to, all I'm going to think about is like, I'm going to do like the cognitive like memory thing where I'm like, I was like I had just tasted soup. I was hearing Goldie talk. I'm gonna like try and put myself back in the moment.
You're trying to get every
Listen to
mnemonic
the
bridge you can.
sounds of my voice.
Yeah.
You give me 2 minutes. I'll try trancing to see. Just give me 2 minutes to trance.
Do you want me to scout ahead while you guys are doing that,
Yeah.
or do you want to? I could be
I'll-
real
I'll
sneaky
go.
like.
That's fine. I'll go with you. I don't
You're
mind.
not exactly real sneaky like. How about you just?
I'm incredibly sneaky.
Of course. Do you mind? Do you mind if I just try this on my own, just a little bit, and then you can follow?
I'll stay back, but I don't want you getting out of my sight. Really.
That's fair. I appreciate the concern. You're very nice, Brother Eldo.
I care about you, Goldie.
Okay. So just so I understand the status here, Goldie is going forward stealthily to scout. Brother Eldo is sort of staying behind or staying well behind that, but keeping eye contact with Goldie.
30, 40 feet behind.
Yeah, but being able
Stealthily.
to basically, and yeah, that's what I was thinking of, like, if something happened, could charge in to help.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Clover and no, it's just never gonna happen. Umvid are staying behind, trying to trip a memory
Yes.
in themselves. Okay. Clover and Umvid, just give me a d20 roll. I like this luck roll thing that Rachel introduced to us.
Yay!
Okay. Those are 2 successes on luck rolls.
Woohoo!
Goldie, give me a stealth check.
Oh, that's me. I was like, why isn't anybody rolling?
Goldie, you can do it.
The funny thing is, like, when nothing happened for that long, I had a panic moment of like, fuck, that's me. And then it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I'm Goldie. Wait.
We're all
Oh
Goldie.
man, ADHD is just on fire tonight. It's fine.
On fire.
All 2 of my brain cells are just
Oops, I didn't mean to.
Okay, I was like,
Oh, we both rolled like you rolled 12 and 12, and I rolled
accidentally-
16.
you both rolled doubles again. So this is the same thing again. If like you two had the same. Okay, this is weird. 16 for stealth, very good.
because I want to go through these.
Goldie, you were able to make your way down, and you can see now, like you're kind of hugging close to the wall. The torchlight's starting to flicker, but you're trying to hold yourself out of it as much as you can. And you can see that there's a landing, and then about a 15-foot run up, and then there's a large pair of doors, with sort of torches on brackets on the sides of them, and they are closed.
I kind of like I crawl back a little bit and just kind of whisper shout again. It's just a bunch of doors.
Maybe put out the torches. Whoever's down here needs them. We don't.
But maybe if there's somebody, they'll notice that the light went out.
That's fine. They'll notice in the dark then.
Oh, Clover, should I put out the torches?
Clover, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Come on.
What?
24. 24.
It happened.
Jeez.
Yes.
Is this the
17
eighth
wisdom
one of
saves
these?
later, basically.
I thank God it's so bad.
Yes.
Love
Put them out before so that they can't see. That's what they were doing. They were trying to extinguish it before it could come to pass. That's why they came here. Came to you all. That's why they did what they did to the town. Because they were afraid of what would come to pass. Can you see them now? In your memory? Can you see them marching in? And now you think back to that memory and all sort of the mnemonic bridging that you were trying to do to build this out. There's sounds. Brother Eldo notices them. He asks you if you hear them. You pay attention, and yes, you do. You hear shouting, not excited festival shouting, but fear. And you hear fire, you see smoke on the horizon. You turn back and you begin to move that way, but you see Brother Eldo stop and just begin trembling. And then you see the figures streaming into the square, throwing torches and casting fire from their hands, swords brandished. The robes of the Church of Iteriana, burning the town as they go. Umvid, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
No.
Son of
Yep.
bitch.
Back to it with a
Haven't I
4.
rolled
Your third
Fours?
4
Wisdom.
for
Yeah.
wisdom saves.
Okay, but oh no, I could get a 10. All right, I'm going to use one of my side die because I could if I roll. Okay, it's 10. Nah.
3.
You know, I almost chose divination
7.
wizard for this, and I can just like give you a roll. That would have been great. I give her my 18.
With the 7, you're sitting with your brother. The sunlight's on your face. You're close now. You're very close. You need to go forward. You are the only ones who can undo this. You're the only ones who can do something about this, whatever that something is.
We'll do it. We'll do it. I promise. You don't know what that's something.
I'm you.
No, but you're always smarter than me.
You haven't been able to see it yet, but
Help me see it.
that's what I'm trying to do. But again, I'm you.
Yeah.
I think all will be made clearer soon. Soon.
Okay.
And you're sort of in your trance position in the hall. Eyes snap open.
Just getting him out of the way.
You got the good ones out of the way.
Oh no.
That's significantly better than you've been rolling on average.
So
Yeah.
I do ask Clover then, because no offense to Brother Eldo,
Yeah.
but I'm like, should I put the torches out?
I don't think it makes a difference for me, so sure.
All right. And can I like, can you like mage hand just like, psst, they're not candles, they're torches, so I probably can't just like pitch
I
them
don't
out.
think you can just like snuff the like wicks.
Let me just burn a bunch of pixies to death in order.
It's a swarm. You got
You,
more.
sweet mistress!
the Lysol burns well.
All the torches burn brighter.
Little pops like fireworks from the Lysol bottle.
I can't really reach the torches. They're kind of.
Dole, I can get him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And I'll say in your head, oh, never mind. I was thinking Furball.
We have psychic things, so I would say to both Emvied and Eldo psychically through the spell. The church, I remember now, it was the church of this person's name that I've heard you say a million times. And
Ariana.
Yes.
I keep forgetting I'm Veed, so I'm not going to hold this against you.
They're the ones who killed everyone and destroyed Sha'has.
This church.
Yeah, well, it was people wearing like the the clothing. It was like soldiers or something, but they were wearing the emblem of the church.
Why would they do that?
It
I
was
don't know, but yeah, if they blocked off this place from anyone getting in, maybe that means we're in the right spot, right?
I think we're in the right spot. I just, we're kind of in whatever it was like they wanted to prevent something from happening. I don't know. It's all very confusing. I mean, like the memory of it is very confusing because I don't really know what I know.
I did see my brother again, and he said we're the only ones that verse this. But he's me, and he can't help.
As I'm taking the torches and putting them out.
Why is it quiet for so long?
I'll sort
Poor
of whisper
Goldie.
back as I put them out, and then I return. I'll kind of whisper to people, look, if we're getting into a fight, there's something you probably should know. I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'll do my best. I will protect you. I'll heal you. I'll keep my friends awake. But please don't expect me to hurt anyone else. Just so you know, no one's strategizing for that.
What if it's like snakes or something? Can you hurt snakes if we're being attacked by snakes?
Not gonna hurt snakes. They're just snakes. They don't mean to hurt us.
What if it's a devil?
Okay,
dog?
Goldie.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. You don't have to hurt anybody. I just
Okay,
like to
thank
know the parameters.
Yeah.
So if you approach to the doors, you can now see there's a set of intricate carvings on them, and you recognize some of these as images of the life of Eteriana again. But there's lots and lots of different images all over. If you want to look closer at those, you could give an investigation or a perception or a religion check, actually.
I'll do an investigation.
I'll do a perception.
I will let them do those things. Because I am shit at most of it.
I rolled a 9, so keeping up my really good perception rolls this game.
Yeah, it's very dark because you've put out the torches, so it's very difficult to see very clearly. But yeah, there's lots of images. Lots of them are the sort of central sort of stories and iconography. But you do also see, and Goldie, that's about all you can see. And Umvid, you do see an image of that looks like it looks newer. Carvings appear to be being added to the door over time. You see an image of a mountain that's broken. The top of it is broken off. And that just, it strikes you because there's no figural representation in that compared to most of the other images. Yeah, but that's about all you can notice in the basically darkness.
Maybe we should have waited to put the torches out before we looked at the doors, huh? That might have been
Choices.
smart.
We could relight them. We could relight one.
It's true. Are the doors locked? I'll push on them.
You're pushing on it, the door will sort of swing open silently.
Is there more than one door?
There's two.
How are they? Are they right next to each other?
Like
or?
double doors. Yeah.
Oh, like they're doors leading to the same place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
What's inside?
We
Yeah, fuck
continue.
it. Let's just go.
Find out what's at the end of the path. Oh shit.
Inside, you see a chamber lined with torches. Around the back are 5 pillars, which glow faintly, each of which with a line coming down like a chain. In the center, a pedestal sits with an orb that glows vaguely white, resting atop it. You see suits of armor standing against the walls, and the air is heavy and still.
I don't trust those suits of armor.
They're just suits of armor. I'm sure they're fine.
I don't know. They make me nervous.
Do we see anyone in the armors?
No, seem to just be suits of armor.
I think that's our path.
I think it is.
What's this in the middle here?
The orb.
There's a sort of white orb that it seems like these chains that are of light coming from the pillars are attaching to or draping over. And
these are the pillars?
And those are the
These
pillars.
things?
So there's 5
Yep.
pillars? Okay.
I'd like to just check and see, like, look at the floor, see if there's any, like, I guess check for traps.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Because I've done so well. That's
Oh, God. It's a crit miss.
I really do want
Ow!
a chat log
Heather.
God.
for this so I can tally up the stats
Ow.
we rolled. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Real bad.
Okay. Yeah, you look around. You are quite sure there are no traps. This is just like heavy stone flooring. This doesn't look like anyone has been down here in a very long time.
Well,
There were
pass-
torches lit. Those torches weren't magical torches, right? They were just normal, you think?
The ones
Do I
outside the
think-
doors seemed pretty normal.
Yeah.
I did complete a short rest, right? So I can use detect magic again.
Yes.
I will use detect magic again.
Bwong.
And I'll look at the torches.
These ones do seem to be faintly magical.
Okay. The torches are magical. I'm gonna step out here. Yeah, I'll make my way. I want my measuring tool here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm within 30 feet of the big boy in the middle and 20 feet of the suit of armor.
Yeah. The suit of armor does not appear to be magical. Both the orb and the chains that are resting on it are powerfully magical.
Okay.
And like you're just getting the parts of the chains that are, within that 30 feet sphere.
Right. I'll take another. What are these? Sorry.
Pillars that
Pillars.
the chains are
Pillars.
connecting to.
Okay. So as now that I'm within range, I think 30 feet of that pillar. Is there anything else magical about the pillar?
It seems like the pillar itself is a little bit magical, but of basically a very similar type to the chains.
Okay. And what is that type?
Abjuration.
Abjuration. Okay. So, just so everybody knows, I will step back away kind of towards the center because I don't trust those suits of armor either. Whatever is going on here with the chains and the thing in the middle, that's a whole lot of magic. And it's abjuration magic, which like usually protections, wards, that kind of stuff.
Is it being protected from harm, or are we being protected from it?
It could be either way with abjuration magic, but I'm a hazard a guess that we're being protected from it.
Oh.
Because we're also in a dungeon where this is like being chained up and locked away, and I don't know.
Well, they're really locked. I mean, we just pushed the doors
was-
open.
Well, no, we had to undo very powerful magics to get in here.
Oh, I guess we did have to do all that crystal stuff, huh?
But on the other hand, we're supposed to be undoing. I mean, like, this is the church of the
Right,
people
this
who
is-
like killed all of our.
What? This is the church of the people that killed everybody?
Oh, right. Yes, Goldie. And I
Did
quickly
everybody know this but me?
Yep. I quickly
I
filled
did.
Goldie
This is the
in.
first time I heard of it.
Oh,
We're scouting ahead. We're scouting ahead.
Yeah.
what?
I'll
Just the church that killed everybody?
I'll fill Goldie in really quick and oh, I'm
Oh, no,
sorry.
it's
So
contagious.
I'm sorry. The fact that the church is kind of our enemy, and maybe they're trying to contain whatever this thing is. Maybe we just release it.
Like the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing?
Yes. If it's containing and stopping, and we've been told by our memory
What
friends.
you doing?
Getting closer.
What you doing?
All right, we're doing it.
Brother, Eldo just walks up to the
I will.
orb. I try to see how the chains are fastened on it.
They just seem to be almost melding into it. And you can see the little sort of spikes up here at the top of these pillars. Like there's sort of little
Right.
fins that are coming out of them. That's where they sort of loop up onto. And as you're getting closer to the pillars, you can see there are sort of switches on them. Again, or like, actually switches, just the gems, again, inset in them.
Oh. Like we take.
Maybe we remove some of these gems. We free whatever this is. Maybe it puts everyone right again. Maybe it's a revival.
I'm in it
Let's try
to
it.
win it.
Let's try it. Everyone.
So as you go over and you come to this one, you see a picture, Amvita, a depiction in the alcove behind the gem of Eteriana on a funeral pyre. But you see below that funeral pyre an orb with chains being laid over it. Goldie, as you go to
She's
this
beat-
first one, you see an image of a very young girl holding an orb. Clover, as you go to that next pillar, you can see again the alcove with an image, and this time you see a young a young dragon hatchling looking on as a young girl holding an orb kills a dragon. Eldo, you see the blight being pushed back by a woman holding an orb in her hand to force it back. And there you see a halfling village with the light shining from an orb healing it of a pestilence.
So it sounds like it's in order from right to left.
Sorry, Andy, you just became a
Your
super
distortion
robot.
turned that into sounds.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yeah,
Amazing.
Okay.
it was amazing though.
And sounds. Sounds like it's in order from right to left if we want to try to remove these things.
So, this time I gotta go first?
Do we want to do this?
Let's do it.
Is
Let's do
perhaps the core of our power?
What do you mean by remove these things? Aren't these like chains of light?
Remove the gems.
The gems.
Remove the gems.
Gems! Oh, yeah, I was paying attention. This one's got a gem in it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Go to Mage Hand and take it out.
Mage
Wait,
hand,
doesn't
take it
he-
out. The pixies furiously polishing it as they do. And you see the light of that chain dissipate. Clover, you pull out the next one. Eldo, the next. And the next. And Amvid, you're standing in front of them.
Slaying a dragon, though? Is that the fifth story that we didn't have before? There's like
Fourth.
a dragon being killed.
The fifth story is the first pillar
Is
that
the
Goldie
pyre.
was at of a young girl finding an orb. And then
Yeah.
there is a difference in all of the stories that the orb is present, and the dragon one is significantly different
Right.
in that she is killing a
Yeah,
dragon.
okay.
Instead of
Yes.
holding it.
Well, no, and then there is separately the figure of a young dragon next to it. She is killing an adult dragon.
Oh.
In the story, the parents apparently abandoned the young dragon, and it seems like maybe that wasn't what happened.
Got it.
Do you take out the last gem?
I do.
You pull the gem, the last chain disappears. The chains of light sort of fade and dissipate. And for a moment, nothing happens. There's no change. And then slowly you see the light in the orb grow slightly. And it hovers up. And it sort of rotates and spins gently, and each of you hear a voice in your head. Thank you for freeing me. I am the orb of mercy. Please.
Well, it doesn't sound so bad now, does it?
What is it that I may do for you to repay you for this service?
Town back.
Your worshippers killed everybody in the town. Did you know that? I'm assuming it's you. I don't really know how religion works. I'm sorry.
They do not worship me. They worship the one who shackled me and used my powers for her own ends. For that, she is recognized as a god.
So she actually sucks?
Perhaps
Much
not
like
how
her
I would
followers.
put it, but yes.
Yeah, what happened to her followers? They killed everyone.
They killed everyone because they possess some limited power of prophecy. And they feared this moment. They foresaw that those from your town would free me. To prevent this, to hold the secrets of their lady close. They thought it better to purge a town that knew nothing, on the off chance that they would be able to stem the flow of fate that way.
Why did we survive that?
Oh, child. You did not.
Are we ghosts?
Yes.
I immediately start moving my hands like
living
this.
creature would have been able to make it to me. Those doors are warded against any that draw breath.
So
Andy, turn undead. Do it. Turn undead. See what happens.
I thought one of you pinched me.
I did.
Well, we can still cast spell. Okay, this is off topic. I'm just curious. It's yeah.
I like that Elise is now like,
I know.
okay, wait. What are the limits of
puzzle
this?
brain is like.
Yeah, how do I still have a swarm if I'm dead?
You now see
Your pixies are all dead.
you see the pixies swirling as ghosts, sort of ethereal pixies with ethereal bottles of Lysol.
I look at myself. Am I immaterial?
Yes and no. You're not quite translucent, but now you can feel a little bit more. You are perhaps not fully physical.
Can you bring them back?
The people
of this town. Can you
fix it?
Can you make a revival?
Yes, though I fear my powers are limited after my long imprisonment. They used my energies to fuel their magics for centuries. I
Can you?
I can respond to your request, but
Can you take my energies? And I'll put my hand on the orb.
if I replenish your town, I cannot revive you. If I revive you, not the town. I may respond to your wishes for freeing me.
If my friends leave this place and go back to town, and I stay and ask this of you, would you be able to bring them back?
If I bring back your town, you may continue to exist as you are right now. I believe that I can do what you ask, but it will destroy you in the process. You will become the fuel to empower that mercy.
Well, that's not so bad now, is it? All right, everyone, I got this. Not
no,
so bad.
Aldo, I don't. Do you? I mean,
No, this is perfect. This is fine.
how's
I'll live,
that
don't worry.
perfect, Aldo? The point is that you won't.
Great. But you forgot about this, and I hold up the little egg holder. It's got a bit more punch than you think it is. I'll be fine, I promise. You need to go back though now. All of you.
At the very least, I would recommend being not in this temple when I return you to life. They will not be happy.
Aldo, there's got to be a way that you can come with us.
I'll be
Who's
right
gonna-
behind you.
Oh my
No
God,
problem.
I'm gonna cry. Don't
No.
do that. Don't say things like "I'll be right behind you." No, but there's gotta. Who's gonna serve soup in the square? Like we.
I have a sign up. They can serve
Here's what
themselves at this point.
Here's what I'm thinking: is that it's sad that Brother Eldo wants to die, but at the same time, Brother Eldo knows a lot about death. I know that doesn't talk about it a lot, but he knows a lot about death, and I think that if he had his say in it, that he would prefer to choose the manner of his own death as opposed to having it be by somebody else's hand in something where he was hurting somebody, and this is something that he's doing where he can save everybody. I mean, if we really know Brother Eldo, I think that I can't think of a more fitting end. And as for who's going to serve soup, maybe we can help. Why can't we take over soup duties and other duties? I mean, I'm not going to listen to the voice of the whatever because, but we could carry on his memory. I don't know. I mean, just it's not that I want Brother Eldo to die, because I don't. But
I'll be
this
fine,
also
Goldie.
seems really fitting for him, and I just would feel, what if then we all survive as ghosts, and then he's just a miserable shit the whole time as a ghost and making us feel really bad that we didn't let him sacrifice himself.
I'm not
We're just living here
trying
forever
to
as
say that
ghosts.
you need to live as a ghost or anybody else does, but Aldo, you're a part of our town and our community too, and it just, there's mercy. Isn't there anything else that we can do to make sure Brother Aldo comes back too?
Can't we bring you some of the worshippers?
Just use that
Them?
their life force.
Yeah.
I do not know. Here, I have a thought. If you...
But I interrupt her. I interrupt Mercy. And I say, please return to
I gotta
town.
go. I'll be back.
Return. And I cast command.
You get 1.
On if I cast it at level 2, I get 2, I believe.
Yes.
So I'll cast it at level 2, and
I think you can
put up
only go for Clover and Goldie, because I think
Clover
Clover is too far
and-
away.
Oh, is Envied too far away?
Yep.
What if I move here?
No, the two creatures must be within 30 feet of each other.
Of each other. Shit. Envy, come over here.
If you tell me
No,
to
it's
come
fine.
over, I'll come over.
Just Clover then. If I can only do the one. Just Clover then.
Is
It's
it
no
a
big
wisdom
deal.
save?
Sorry.
It's a wisdom
It
save.
is.
Oh boy.
Please don't mess with me now. Yes!
Oh.
The bad wisdom throws have been perfect.
Though, to be fair, it's going to last for 5 seconds, or for 6 seconds.
Yeah, but if
Yeah,
I can
Clover,
get
you
them
can-
out.
Commanded to leave or return. Also, seriously, what the hell god of wisdom saves did y'all piss off?
We do not know. Oh my god.
I mean, if I have to like move to the exit and take the dash action, then like I would get all the way essentially to the exit of this
Of this
before
room. I mean, like, you'll
wears
get into
off.
the stairs. Yeah, you would basically, I would say you would move at your full speed. Like basically as much as you could to obey the command leave.
I'll tell the others. Please let me do this. It'll be fine. Go with Clover.
As I'm going, I am like yelling at you. Because like it doesn't say that I can't do that. Just like yelling and like cursing at you for doing that to me. And when I get to the door, like I don't know if y'all are. I presume since Goldie was pro this plan that she would be at the door with us, but
And
I don't know.
I at that point would follow, but I'd turn back and look at you and say, "You're not going to be forgotten. We love you."
Of course not.
And then I'd go,
Goldie, she might need some persuading. It's not going to last very long. You get now.
"All right."
Okay, I'm gonna go with Elise's read of this just so that we don't like suspend here that Goldie seemed in favor of this beat.
She did seem in favor of
So
it.
it seems like it's okay to have her continue going along. Yeah, so Peter said, "You're her mercy in your head. Truly, your mercy is inspiring."
It's mercy. It's recompense.
But it's a
I had
mercy.
someone say,
But it's a mercy to you to lay it down, isn't it?
it is, yeah. More than you knew, probably.
Place her.
Can you shut the door on their way out? Is that something you can do?
I'm an orb.
Well, aren't we all orbs deep down? Anyway,
Feel the orb sort of rotate for a second. No. Place your hands upon me.
go ahead. Do.
And yeah. No, I didn't mean to put you on the map layer. You all find yourself back in town. You find yourselves with people sort of blinking and shaking their heads as you do, as you pick yourselves up off of the floor, sort of like, what? Confusion is going around. The banners are somewhat tattered, but people are picking themselves back up and generally seem to be no worse for the wear. It's very strange. It's in the evening now compared to when it was. And next to you, you see Eldo sort of shaking his head, standing up. Yeah. None of you can quite remember what was happening. Eldo heard something. There was noise. And now this.
What happened?
The town is the festival is bustling. It's all as it was.
The
or?
festival is wrecked still.
Okay,
I think it's still
okay.
tattered. And
I get
But
you.
everyone's
okay.
alive.
But people are sort of
thank
getting
Midnight,
up.
probably like in night.
Like, what? And yeah, everyone will look around and sort of see the destruction, see that everyone is apparently entirely unharmed. And sort of comment on what must have happened. People are confused. Your brother runs up to you, Manev, and is, God, just once. Could I once hit the name? Could we once hit a wisdom saving throw?
It's so perfect.
God. Runs up to you and is like, what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel so fuzzy. And it's evening. Do you know what happened?
No.
I don't recall. But I have an overwhelming feeling that everyone's gonna need a hot meal. That's weird.
And Brother Eldo, you sort of finish that. You're like, whatever it was a mercy. And you heft the black orb that you normally carry and walk to the kitchens to prepare some soup. And I think that is where we will wrap up.
Oh. Well, interesting.
Wow.
Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much, everyone, for playing. I hope everyone had a really good time. I hope that this was good diversion. This story, if you're interested in some of how this plays into some things, you can check out the tier 1 shot, The Raging Storm, which is set a little bit later in time. Yeah, I was really interested to see how you all were going to play some of those, because those were decisions, which is one of the harder parts of when I've set something in the past. I'm like, this has weird ripple effects all the way through. And exactly what you said to Mercy was very important. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for playing. Thank you so much, everyone who watched along. If you'd like to see more of this, you can, of course, follow us here on twitch.tv/helpfulgoat. You can also give us a follow at helpfulgoat on Twitter. And you can use !Discord to get a link to join our Discord in the chat. We post regular announcements there. We have lots of game streaming. We have lots of internal stuff, and also it's probably the best places to catch programming updates, etc., as they come in. Thank you so much to all of my players, and from all of us here at Helpful Goat Gaming. Have a wonderful evening, morning for you, Debbie. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of each other, and be well. Good night.
Look.
Good night.
Night.